There is a town in America that does not appear on any map. It has a nuclear power plant, a tire fire that has been burning since before most of its residents were born, a harbor, a gorge, a monorail that nearly destroyed it, two hospitals, a prison, and a family of 5 living on a single nuclear plant worker's salary in a house that somehow always has room for one more person, one more disaster, and one more miracle recovery before the credits roll. You know this town. You've been visiting it since you were a child. And somewhere along the way, somewhere between the couch gag and the chalkboard joke and Homer's first scream into the Sunday evening sky, you stopped asking questions about it. We're going to start asking again tonight. For the next several hours, we are going to go deep into Springfield. Not just into the famous theories you've seen summarized in a thumbnail. We're going inside the ones that don't have easy answers. The ones that live in the margins of episodes that aired 20 years ago and were never revisited. The ones that reframe not just a character or a season, but the entire architecture of the show. The ones that, once you see them, you cannot unsee. This is not a list of fun facts. This is a slow, careful walk through the darker hallways of the most watched animated show in history. The lights are low, the town is quiet. Springfield is waiting. Let's begin. Section 1. The Secret Life of Sideshow Bob and the Darkness. The show refused to follow all the way down. There is a character in The Simpsons who should not exist on a primetime animated family comedy. He is a classically trained Shakespearean actor. He has a doctorate. He has committed multiple serious crimes, including attempted murder, actual murder in at least one canonical episode, political fraud, several acts of terrorism, and one sustained multi-year campaign against a 10-year-old boy that the show treats simultaneously as a running joke, and if you look closely enough, as one of the most psychologically complex villain arcs in animated television. History. His name is Robert Underdunk Terwilliger Jr., but you know him as Sideshow Bob. And what the show never tells you directly, what it hides behind the opera singing and the rake gags and the magnificent hair, is that Sideshow Bob's story is a tragedy. Not a comedy, not a cautionary tale. A genuine, structurally sound, emotionally devastating tragedy about a brilliant man who was systematically destroyed by mediocrity, and who responded to that destruction in ways that the show wants you to laugh at, but which, when you sit with them in the quiet of a late evening, make a different kind of sense entirely. Let's start at the beginning. Because Sideshow Bob's beginning is the part the show glosses over, and it's the most important part. Before he was a villain, before he was an inmate, before he was the man who steps on rakes and recites Gilbert and Sullivan while plotting the death of a child, Robert Terwilliger was a performer. He was Krusty the Clown's sidekick. Sideshow Bob. The straight man, the prop, the punching bag, the mime who sat silently in the background of a children's television program, while a man who barely concealed his contempt for his audience smoked cigarettes off camera and let his jokes fall flat and still collected the paycheck and the adoration of an entire generation of Springfield children. Bob had a degree. He had talent. He had the kind of refined theatrical intelligence that should have made him a leading man at a major repertory theater, not the silent assistant to a clown who occasionally hit him with a pie. And the show tells you this. It doesn't hide it. Bob mentions his education repeatedly. He performs operatic arias with genuine skill. He quotes Shakespeare with the fluency of someone who spent real years with those texts. He is, by any objective measurement of cultural and intellectual attainment, the most accomplished person on the Krusty the Clown show by a considerable distance. And yet there he sat. Behind the grease paint and the enormous shoes, behind the pratfalls and the prop gags, behind the endless humiliation of being a man of genuine ability in a job that required him to pretend he had none. The show gives you the inciting incident in flashback. Bob's first crime, the one that sent him to prison the first time, and set the entire trajectory of his character in motion, was framing Krusty for armed robbery. He rigged the evidence. He testified against his employer. He put Krusty behind bars and took over the show. And for one brief moment, Sideshow Bob had what he'd always deserved. The show within the show was transformed. Bob hosted a sophisticated children's program that introduced young viewers to classical music, literature, and genuine theatrical performance. He turned the Krusty the Clown show into something with actual artistic merit. He used the platform, the same platform he'd been humiliated on for years, to do the thing he'd always wanted to do. Springfield's children responded. They loved it. Ratings were strong enough to keep the show running. And then Bart and Lisa figured out that Bob had framed Krusty. Here is the detail you need to sit with. Bart Simpson, a 10-year-old boy who had no personal connection to Krusty the Clown, beyond the ordinary parasocial attachment of childhood hero worship, investigated the crime, exposed the framing, and handed Bob back to the police. Krusty returned to television. The sophisticated programming was gone. The pies came back. The cigarettes came back. The contempt came back. And Sideshow Bob went to prison. Not for a violent crime, not for hurting anyone, for the non-violent fraud of framing someone who, by every indication the show provides, was himself not a particularly good person. That's where it starts. That's the wound. A man with real talent, real education, real ability was humiliated into criminality by years of enforced mediocrity, had one moment of genuine success taken from him by a child, and was sent to prison for it. Everything that comes after, every subsequent crime, every elaborate scheme, every plan to murder Bart Simpson, flows directly from that original injury. Now, let's talk about the attempts on Bart's life, because this is where the show plays the darkest possible game with its audience. And almost nobody notices it's happening. Sideshow Bob tries to kill Bart Simpson, repeatedly. Across multiple seasons, across multiple episodes, across scenarios ranging from elaborate theatrical set pieces to intimate near misses that the show resolves at the last moment through some combination of luck, Bob's own theatrical nature, and Bart's remarkable survival instinct. The show plays this as comedy, and it is funny. The rake scene is iconic precisely because it takes the menace of a man walking toward his intended victim and transforms it into slapstick through repetition. The opera scenes are funny because Bob's genuine artistic talent keeps interrupting his murderous intent. The sheer theatrical grandeur of his schemes, the way he can't resist explaining himself, can't resist performing even in the middle of a murder attempt, is genuinely brilliantly comic. But here's what the comedy is covering up. Sideshow Bob is trying to kill a child. A real attempt on the life of a child is the darkest thing The Simpsons has ever introduced as a sustained plot line. And the show has been running this storyline on and off across more than 30 years without ever fully reckoning with what it means. Think about what Bob represents to Bart in psychological terms. Bob is the consequence of Bart's first major act of justice. Bart exposed him, yes. But Bart exposed him because Krusty was his hero, not because of any abstract moral principle. Bart acted out of loyalty to a parasocial relationship with a television clown, and the result was that a man's entire life was destroyed. Now that man wants to kill him. There's a reading, a dark and uncomfortable one, in which Sideshow Bob is not a villain but a mirror. He is the consequence that Bart has to live with. He is the physical embodiment of the question, what happens to the people you destroy when you're acting out of pure impulse? Bart never asks this question. The show never forces him to. Every Bob episode ends with Bob in handcuffs and Bart walking away. The consequence is reset. The mirror is put away. And nobody, not Bart, not the show, not the audience, is required to sit with what it would actually mean for a child to have caused this. But Sideshow Bob remembers. Bob is the only character in the show who maintains a continuous memory of his grievances across episodes. Springfield resets. Bob does not. This makes him, structurally, the most realistic character in Springfield. He is the only person in the town who behaves the way an actual human being would behave, with cumulative memory, with wounds that don't heal between commercial breaks, with a through line of cause and effect that the floating timeline cannot erase because Bob carries it with him wherever he goes. He is the town's memory. The thing Springfield refuses to do, accumulate consequence, Bob does for all of them. And the show punishes him for it every single time. Let's go deeper into the Bob episodes that the show's legacy glosses over. Because in the middle of the comedic chase structure, there are moments that read differently once you stop letting the laugh track tell you how to feel. There is an episode, a late-era one after the show's critical peak, in which Bob actually succeeds. He kills Bart Simpson. The episode plays with a time loop structure, resetting Bart's death over and over, using the mechanics of a video game or a supernatural phenomenon to allow the show to commit the act it has been threatening for decades without paying the permanent narrative price. Bob gets his kill multiple times, and each time the timeline resets and Bart is alive again and Bob's victory is erased. The episode is played largely for laughs and absurdist genre experimentation, but the emotional center of it is genuinely strange. Bob, having finally accomplished the thing he spent decades trying to accomplish, is not satisfied. He doesn't feel the vindication or the relief he was expecting. He feels empty. And the show doesn't linger on this. It moves through it quickly, uses it as a springboard for the next comedic beat. But the implication is devastating. Sideshow Bob has structured his entire existence around this goal. He went to prison for it. He escaped prison for it. He has sacrificed everything, his talent, his relationships, his freedom, his potential, in service of one act of revenge against a 10-year-old. And when the act is finally completed, it means nothing. Because it was never really about Bart. This is the darkness the show circles without landing on. Bob's rage at Bart is displacement. Bart is the easiest available symbol for the larger injustice of Bob's life. The way talent gets crushed by spectacle, the way intelligence is humiliated by stupidity, the way the system rewards Krusty and imprisons Bob. But Bart didn't create that system. Bart is just the child who in one moment made himself the most visible representative of it. Killing Bart wouldn't undo any of what Bob actually lost. It wouldn't give him back his career. It wouldn't restore the sophisticated children's programming that Springfield's kids actually enjoyed before Krusty came back. It wouldn't address the years of humiliation, the wasted talent, the doctorate that led to a job and a foam rubber nose. It would just be a crime. And Bob, somewhere underneath the obsession, knows this. The show tells you he knows this in the moments when his theatrical nature overwhelms his murderous intent. When he stops mid-scheme to perform an aria, when he can't resist completing the soliloquy even as his window of opportunity closes. His real self, the self that existed before the humiliation and the prison and the spiral, keeps breaking through. And his real self is not a murderer. His real self is a performer who wanted to be seen. The saddest Sideshow Bob episode is not one of the chase episodes. It's a quieter one, in which Bob has genuinely reformed, or at least is attempting to. He moves to a small Italian village. He falls in love. He has a family. He is building a life that looks, from the outside, like peace. And then Springfield pulls him back, not because Bob can't change, because Springfield won't let him. The town, or more precisely, Bart's presence in it, and what that presence represents to Bob, is the gravity he cannot escape. Every time he gets far enough away to breathe, something pulls the thread, and the obsession returns. And the man who could have been a great actor or a great teacher or a great something is back in handcuffs, back in the orange jumpsuit, back to being Springfield's most reliable punchline. He has a son. The show introduces this character, and the son has inherited both Bob's intelligence and Bob's capacity for obsessive theatrical villainy. The show plays this as a generational joke. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, the cycle continues, haha. But the cycle continuing is the horror, not the punchline. Bob's son is being raised in the same pattern that destroyed his father. He's learning that intelligence and talent should be weaponized for revenge rather than expressed through creation. He's learning that the world is divided into people who humiliate you and people who get humiliated. He's learning that the appropriate response to being underestimated is not to transcend the underestimation, but to destroy its source. He's learning to be his father. And nobody in Springfield, not the Simpsons, not the school system, not the town's social infrastructure, intervenes. Because Springfield doesn't intervene. Springfield watches, forgets, and resets. There is one more layer to the Sideshow Bob mystery that the show buries under decades of chase plots and rake gags. It has to do with the relationship between Bob and his brother, Cecil. Cecil Terwilliger, voiced with extraordinary commitment by David Hyde Pierce across his appearances, is in many ways Bob's inverse. Where Bob is larger than life, Cecil is precise and controlled. Where Bob performs his villainy theatrically, Cecil operates with cold institutional efficiency. Where Bob's crimes are driven by passion and wounded pride, Cecil's are calculated and financially motivated. Cecil is, in the show's framing, the lesser brother, the jealous one. The one who wanted the sideshow job that Bob eventually got, and got, the show implies, not because he was better suited for it, but because Krusty preferred his look. This detail is staggering once you sit with it. Cecil was rejected from a job he actually wanted on purely aesthetic grounds by a man who gave the job to his more conventionally striking brother instead. Bob got the sideshow job not because of talent, because of appearance, and then spent years being humiliated in a job he'd never wanted in the first place. And Cecil spent years watching his more beautiful, more famous, more imprisoned brother become the center of a story that Cecil was always meant to be the center of, if the world had been even slightly more fair. The Terwilliger brothers are two expressions of the same wound, both brilliant, both thwarted, both bent by the same original injustice, that in Springfield and perhaps everywhere, what you look like matters more than what you know, and who you know matters more than what you can do. Bob looks the part of a villain. Cecil looks the part of a bureaucrat. And both of them end up in prison because Springfield has no use for intelligence that doesn't fit its predetermined roles. The show has Bob survive long enough to eventually become the mayor of Springfield in one timeline. He wins an election through fraud, of course, but the fraud isn't really the point. The point is that when Bob finally gets power, he doesn't know what to do with it. He's spent so long defining himself by opposition. Opposition to Krusty, opposition to Bart, opposition to a system that undervalued him, that when the opposition is removed and he's actually in charge, there's nothing left. He wins, and the victory is hollow. Because the tragedy of Sideshow Bob is not that he's evil. The tragedy is that he's right. He is smarter than Krusty. He is more talented than the job he was given. The show he wanted to make, the sophisticated educational children's programming he briefly ran before Bart took it from him, was genuinely better for Springfield's children than what Krusty replaced it with. He was right about all of it. And being right in Springfield is the one thing that guarantees you will lose. Every villain in this show is a symptom of something wrong with the town's values. But Sideshow Bob is the sharpest one. He holds up a mirror to the way Springfield, the way most of us, would rather have the comfortable, familiar mediocrity than the challenging, uncomfortable excellence. He is what happens when a society discards its best people because they make the average people feel bad about being average. And the show wraps all of that in a comedy structure because it would be too much to take straight. But it's there. It has always been there. Behind the rakes and the opera and the magnificent hair and the endless handcuffs, there is a man who deserved better than Springfield ever gave him. And Springfield will never, ever give it to him. Because giving it to him would mean admitting that Springfield was wrong. And Springfield, as we have established, would rather exile the truth than acknowledge it. Sideshow Bob is the show's exile. He is what happens when Springfield tries to produce excellence and then cannot tolerate the result. He rakes on. If you're still with us, drop a comment telling me where you're watching from and what time it is there. And if these mysteries are keeping you awake in the best possible way, subscribing keeps this channel going. We have a long night ahead in Springfield. Let's keep walking. Section 2. The real reason Marge stays, and what the show has been quietly telling you about her for 36 years. There is a woman in Springfield who should not be there. Not because she doesn't belong to the story. Not because she's written poorly or conceived badly. Because by every reasonable standard of self-determination, Marge Simpson has had, across 36 seasons of television, somewhere between 12 and 30 separate opportunities to leave. To take her children and her talent and her extraordinary, underutilized capacity for excellence and build a life that doesn't involve being married to a man with a documented IQ of 55 who has, across the show's run, lost the family's money dozens of times, endangered her children on multiple occasions, neglected her repeatedly, forgotten her anniversary more times than he has remembered. It, and once, and the show treats this almost as a throwaway, was found to have a gambling addiction that he concealed from her until it became a crisis. Marge did not leave. Marge never leaves. And the show presents this as a feature, as the central romantic truth of the Simpsons universe. Marge and Homer love each other. They always find their way back. The family endures. That's the point. But if you pay attention, if you watch the Marge episodes not as romantic affirmations of the Simpson family's resilience, but as a coherent psychological portrait of a woman navigating an extremely specific kind of entrapment, what emerges is something more complex, more troubled, and more honest than the show's surface narrative allows. Let's start with who Marge was before Homer. The show gives you glimpses of this across flashback episodes and throwaway references, and what those glimpses reveal is consistent. Marge Bouvier was exceptional. Not in the same way Lisa is exceptional. Not in the prodigy with a saxophone way that announces itself immediately and loudly. Marge's exceptionalism was quieter and more varied. She was a gifted artist. She was a natural at business, at organization, at the kind of clear-eyed, practical problem-solving that makes institutions function. She was perceptive in ways that the people around her consistently failed to appreciate. She had a future. Multiple futures, actually. The show has depicted Marge succeeding at nearly every non-domestic pursuit she undertakes. She becomes a police officer. She's good at it. She becomes a real estate agent. She's very good at it. She becomes a painter. Her work generates genuine critical attention. She becomes a businesswoman. The business works. In almost every episode that removes Marge from the domestic sphere and places her in a context where her actual capabilities are being measured against objective standards, Marge succeeds. And then she comes home. Every time she comes home, something goes wrong, or Homer needs her, or the family needs her, Or she decides that the cost of success is too high, and she returns to Evergreen Terrace, to the blue hair and the humming and the casseroles and the role she has been playing since before Bart was born. The show tends to frame her returns as choices. Marge chooses family over career. Marge chooses love over ambition. The framing is romantic. She has what she wants, and what she wants is this. But the choosing is never uncomplicated, and the show's honesty, the quality that makes it worth taking seriously even in its lesser seasons, occasionally slips through and shows you what the choosing actually costs. There's an episode in which Marge begins painting. She is talented. She develops a following. She is offered a show. And then she is commissioned to paint Mr. Burns. And the portrait she produces, honest, unflattering, capturing the cruelty and the age and the hollowness of the man, is everything good art should be and everything Burns does not want to be seen. He buries it. He replaces her honest portrait with a flattering lie. And the world moves on. And Marge's artistic career recedes. And the painting, the real one, the honest one, ends up somewhere in the Burns estate where nobody will ever see it. This is a small story. The episode is mostly a comedy about Homer trying to be supportive and failing in the specific ways Homer always fails. But the core of it is devastating. Marge made something true. Something that took her actual talent, her actual perception, her actual ability to see through surfaces and capture what's underneath. And the most powerful man in Springfield looked at her truth and made it disappear. Burns erases Marge's art the same way he erases everything inconvenient. And the episode shrugs and moves on. But something was taken from Marge in that episode. Something real. Now let's talk about Homer, because the Marge-Homer relationship is the emotional core of the show, and it deserves more careful scrutiny than it typically receives, because it is not, if you watch it honestly, a straightforward love story. It is something more complicated than that. Homer loves Marge. This is not in question. The show has produced some of the most genuinely moving depictions of long-term romantic love in the history of television, and most of them involve Homer and Marge. The Crayon in the Brain episode, in which Homer's restored intelligence leads him to write an anonymous critique of the nuclear industry that nearly destroys his marriage, culminates in a moment of profound emotional honesty about what the two of them mean to each other. The flashback episodes, for all their continuity problems, contain real tenderness. Homer's love for Marge is one of the most consistent things in the show. But love, as anyone who has spent time with it knows, is not sufficient. Homer is not a good partner to Marge in the ways that matter most. He doesn't listen. He forgets. He prioritizes his own comfort and impulses over her needs with a consistency that, in the real world, would be recognized as a pattern rather than an endearing quirk. He has gambled away money they needed. He has lied about employment. He has put their children in danger through negligence. He has, on multiple documented occasions, driven her to the edge of leaving, only for the episode to find a resolution that brings her back without requiring Homer to make a fundamental change. The changes Homer makes are episodic. They last until the credits roll. By the next episode, he is the same Homer, and Marge is the same Marge, and the ground that seemed to shift has settled back into its familiar shape. The show acknowledges this. It acknowledges it explicitly in episodes where Marge articulates exactly what she needs from Homer, and Homer provides it and then fails to sustain it. The show understands the dynamic it's depicting. It just can't do anything about it, because doing something about it, allowing Homer to genuinely change, or allowing Marge to genuinely leave, would end the show. So Marge stays in a marriage that the show itself, in its most honest moments, depicts as psychologically costly for her because the alternative is a story the show is not equipped to tell. This is not a criticism of the show as a piece of art. It is an observation about what the show is honestly portraying underneath its comedy structure, and about what that portrayal tells us about the character of Marge Simpson. Because Marge is not passive. She is not staying because she has no options. She has demonstrated repeatedly that she has options. She stays because she has made a calculation, conscious or not, that this life with this man in this town is the least costly version of the available alternatives. And that calculation is informed by something the show barely touches and never fully examines. Marge's mother. Jacqueline Bouvier is a background character. She appears in episodes, makes sharp remarks, expresses disappointment in Marge's choices with the particular efficiency of a parent who has spent decades perfecting the art of the withering implication. She is played as a minor comic character, the critical mother-in-law, the status-conscious woman who can't believe her daughter married Homer Simpson. But there are fragments scattered across different episodes that suggest a more complicated story. Jacqueline Bouvier's marriage was not, by any indication the show provides, a particularly happy one either. She is widowed before the show's timeline. She is alone. She is defined almost entirely by her past and by her children's present. She has no apparent life of her own beyond the reflected identities of her daughters. She is, in the specific way the show depicts women of her generation, someone who gave up whatever individual self she might have had and replaced it with the identity of wife and mother. And her daughter Marge watched this, grew up watching it, learned from it. The show never draws this line directly, but the line is there. Marge stays in a difficult marriage because she was raised by a woman who stayed in a difficult marriage. Because the model she absorbed as a child was one in which a woman's place was defined by her relationship to her husband and children, and departing from that model, even in pursuit of something genuinely better, was not a real option. This doesn't make Marge a victim. She is too capable and too perceptive for that framing to work. But it does make her someone operating under a set of constraints that are mostly invisible because they are internal rather than external. Nobody is stopping Marge from leaving. Homer is not abusive in the ways that would make the choice obvious. The show is careful about this. He is neglectful, impulsive, and emotionally immature, but not cruel. He doesn't threaten her. He doesn't control her finances, at least not deliberately. The trap is softer than that. The trap is love plus habit, plus fear, plus the sunk cost of years, plus the very real logistical complexity of leaving with 3 children, plus the way Springfield itself seems to function as a container, a glass dome over the lives of everyone inside it that makes the outside world feel theoretical rather than real. There's an episode where Marge comes close. Closer than almost any other. She is in contact with a man from her past, someone she had feelings for before Homer, someone who represents the path not taken, the life she might have had if she'd made different choices at crucial junctions. The show presents this man as a legitimate alternative. Not a fantasy or a distraction. An actual human being with whom Marge has real chemistry and a real history. And in the episode's resolution, she chooses Homer. The show presents this as a victory for love. Romantic and warming and right. But watch Marge's face in the scene where she makes the choice. The show's animation is expressive in that particular way the best Simpsons episodes always are. Not photorealistic, but emotionally accurate. And there is something in Marge's expression in that moment that is not quite the uncomplicated joy of choosing correctly. There is relief. There is love, yes. But underneath it, if you're watching carefully, there is also the particular exhaustion of someone who has made a hard decision and is trying to be at peace with it. She chose Homer. She always chooses Homer. But the choosing is never effortless. And the show is honest enough to show you that, even when it won't follow the honesty all the way to its logical destination. Let's talk about the blue hair. Marge's hair is one of the most iconic visual symbols in American animation. The towering blue beehive, maintained in its exact shape for 36 years, defying gravity and logic and every known principle of human hair care. The show makes jokes about the hair. It's a recurring source of comedy. Episodes have been built around the hair. What's hiding inside it? What would happen if it came down? What the hair represents to Marge's sense of self. But the hair's most interesting function is symbolic, and the show gestures toward this in the episodes that let Marge change it. When Marge changes her hair, something is wrong. Not wrong in a comedic sense, wrong in a real sense. The hair is the armor, the impossible, gravity-defying, blue-tinted armor that Marge wears to face a world that has required her to be, for 36 years, slightly more than what any single human being should have to be. The perfectly maintained exterior is the message. I am in control. I am fine. Look at the hair. Would a woman whose marriage was difficult, whose career was suppressed, whose intelligence was underutilized, whose potential was spent on casseroles and mediation and being the emotional center of a household that would fly apart without her constant invisible labor, would such a woman have hair this perfect? The hair says yes, everything is fine. But the episodes where the hair comes down, where Marge stops maintaining the performance, where she lets the exhaustion show, those are the episodes where the show tells you the truth about her. And then the hair goes back up, and the smile returns, and Marge is fine again. There's a theory, not widely discussed, but compelling once you encounter it, that Marge's entire domestic performance is a dissociative coping mechanism. That the warmth and the patience and the unfailing competence are not expressions of who Marge naturally is, but rather a constructed identity she built in response to a world that gave her no other viable options. The evidence for this is in the brief, strange moments when the construction cracks. Marge has a nervous breakdown in one episode. Not a comedic one. The show gives this storyline real weight. She develops anxiety. She can't function. The demands of her life have accumulated past the point her coping mechanisms can manage, and for a brief period, the performance stops. The warmth flickers. The competence fails. And the family she has been holding together through sheer invisible effort for decades, falls apart almost immediately. Because the structure they would have been living in was not a natural equilibrium. It was something Marge was producing through constant effort. They never knew it. They benefited from it every day without knowing it was work. Because Marge made it look effortless. Because making it look effortless was part of the performance. And when the performance stopped, when Marge needed someone to hold things together for her, the way she had always held things together for everyone else, the family responded with confusion and helplessness, because they had never been equipped to do what Marge did. They had never had to be. The episode resolves. Marge gets help. The family rallies. Homer, for once, steps up, and then the next episode begins, and the equilibrium is restored, and Marge is making breakfast, and the hair is back up, and the hum is soft and cheerful, and you would never know that anything had broken, unless you were paying attention. Unless you were watching the way she moves through the kitchen when nobody else is looking. The small, private moments before the family comes downstairs. When it's just Marge in the morning and the weight of everything she knows and chooses not to say. The show gives you those moments sometimes. Not often, but sometimes. And in those moments, Marge Simpson is the most complex character in Springfield. Not because she is suffering, but because she has chosen, with full awareness, the particular kind of life she is living. And because the choosing, every day, is harder and more conscious than it looks from the outside. She stays because she loves her family. That's true. She also stays because leaving would require her to build a new self in a town that has spent 36 years defining her as Homer's wife and Bart, and Lisa and Maggie's mother. And that self-reconstruction at this point in her life might cost more than it's worth. She also stays because, deep down, in the part of herself she doesn't discuss at the dinner table, she knows something that the show has been quietly asserting since its first season. In Springfield, the family is the only thing that doesn't get swept away by the reset. The only thing that survives the forgetting. The only constant in a town where nothing else is reliable. Homer will be Homer. The power plant will keep running. The tire fire will keep burning. Bart will keep being Bart, and Lisa will keep being Lisa, and Maggie will keep watching from behind the pacifier. And Marge will keep the hair up and the casseroles coming and the hum low and steady in the kitchen. Because someone has to. Because without Marge holding the center, there is no center, and Marge knows this. That is not a small thing to know about yourself. That is not a comfortable piece of self-knowledge. Knowing that you are the load-bearing wall in a structure that would collapse without you is its own kind of trap. Because you can't leave. Not really. Not without the whole thing coming down. So you stay, you perfect the hair, you make the casserole, and you watch from behind your extraordinary blue tower with those large and perceptive eyes as the town resets again and again and again. And you say nothing, because you are Marge Simpson, and saying nothing has always been the most powerful thing you do. Section 3, the Springfield Underworld. Fat Tony, the mob, and the criminal skeleton. The town was built on most towns have a dark side, a shadow economy. A layer of the community that operates below the official story, that runs on different rules and different loyalties, and has been there long before the respectable institutions that everyone points to when they want to say the town works. Springfield has Fat Tony. And Fat Tony is not a background joke. Fat Tony is not the comic relief gangster whose purpose is to give Homer another absurd job for the A-plot. Fat Tony is, when you examine the canonical evidence carefully, one of the most important characters in the structural mythology of Springfield, because Fat Tony and the Calabrese crime family represent something the show only tells you directly once, in an early episode, and then spends the next 2 decades of installments quietly confirming through accumulation. The Springfield Underworld is not beneath the town. It is the town. Let's establish the foundation. Fat Tony, full name Anthony D'Amico, and the show is careful to give him a full name because full names matter for characters who are meant to be taken seriously, runs organized crime in Springfield. This is not speculation. The show tells you this directly. He has a crew. He has operations. He controls industries in Springfield that range from the obviously criminal, illegal gambling, protection rackets, narcotics distribution, to the suspiciously legitimate, including waste management, food distribution, and trucking. The waste management operation is worth pausing on. In the episode that most clearly establishes the nature and scope of Fat Tony's operation, Homer gets involved with the mob through a series of escalating coincidences. The show plays this as farce. Homer doesn't quite understand what he's gotten involved in. The mob doesn't quite know what to do with Homer. And the farcical structure keeps the audience at a comfortable comedic distance from the reality of what's being depicted. But the reality, described plainly, is this. The organized crime family that controls Springfield's waste management industry has been disposing of toxic waste illegally in Springfield for an indeterminate period of time. And the town's legal system, its regulatory infrastructure, its police force led by Chief Wiggum, who we'll return to, has done approximately nothing about it. Now combine this with the radiation theory. If the Springfield nuclear power plant is leaking radioactive material into the town's water supply, and if Fat Tony's operation is also dumping toxic waste in and around Springfield through illegal channels, And if this has been happening for decades, then Springfield is not just contaminated by one source of industrial poison. It is contaminated by two. And the second source, the mob's waste disposal operation, has even less regulatory oversight than the first, because at least Burns's plant was inspected once and found to have 342 violations. The mob's dumping has no inspections at all. It operates in the complete absence of documentation. There are no records of what was dumped, where it was dumped, or how much of it found its way into the aquifer that feeds the town's drinking water. The show does not connect these dots for you. It drops the waste disposal storyline and moves on, but the dots connect themselves. If you're willing to look at them together, Springfield is being poisoned from below as well as from above. The mob from beneath the official economy and Burns from its apex. The town is surrounded. Let's talk about Chief Wiggum. Because any serious examination of the Springfield underworld has to address the fact that the man responsible for fighting it is, by any reasonable measure, one of the most corrupt and incompetent law enforcement officials in fictional history. Clancy Wiggum is funny. He is genuinely, consistently funny. The buffoonery is well written, the voice performance is perfectly calibrated, and the specific character of his incompetence has a recognizable human quality that distinguishes him from a simple caricature. He is afraid of rats. He loves his son Ralph with an uncomplicated, genuine paternal devotion that is one of the most touching relationships in the show. He has real feelings and real loyalties. He is also demonstrably corrupt. The show is explicit about this in multiple episodes. Wiggum takes bribes. He accepts gifts from Fat Tony. He looks the other way when the mob needs something looked away from. He has demonstrated, across dozens of episodes, that his allegiance to law enforcement is subordinate to his personal comfort, his financial interests, and his relationships with the town's power structure. This is played for laughs. Wiggum's corruption is a running gag, the same way Homer's stupidity is a running gag, the same way Mr. Burns's evil is a running gag. The show smooths the edges of all of it with comedy, but a corrupt police chief is not a trivial thing. A corrupt police chief means that the institutions responsible for protecting Springfield's residents from exploitation, from the mob, from environmental crime, from corporate malfeasance, are themselves compromised. Not by some external force, from the inside, from the person at the top of the org chart. Who investigates a crime when the chief of police is on the payroll of the criminal? Who enforces environmental law when the regulator has a deal with the polluter? Springfield doesn't have answers to these questions. Springfield has learned not to ask them, and this is where Fat Tony becomes more than a recurring character. He becomes a structural argument about how Springfield actually works. The town's official economy, Burns's power plant, the jobs it provides, the electricity it generates, the taxes it pays, sits at the apex of the visible power structure. Below it is the political layer. Mayor Quimby, who is so comprehensively corrupt that the show models him directly on the Kennedy family as a shorthand for a specific American tradition of patrician electoral fraud. Below that is the law enforcement layer. Wiggum and the Springfield police, who are at various points bribed, blackmailed, or simply too under-resourced and under-motivated to function. And running through all of it, parallel to all of it, sometimes interacting with it, and sometimes deliberately invisible to it, is the mob. Fat Tony doesn't fight the system in Springfield. Fat Tony is part of the system. He is one of the load-bearing elements. He provides services the official economy won't provide, manages labor the official unions won't manage, disposes of waste the official infrastructure can't handle or won't handle honestly, and takes a percentage of every transaction that flows through the informal economy that constitutes, if you add it up across all the episodes that touch on it, a surprisingly significant portion of Springfield's actual commercial activity. He and Mayor Quimby have a relationship. The show depicts this relationship as transactional and mutually beneficial. Quimby needs the mob's electoral support. In a town like Springfield, where civic participation is erratic and the political process is already compromised, organized crime's ability to deliver block votes is a real advantage. Fat Tony needs the mayor's protection, or at least his willful ignorance, to operate without interference. Neither of them is purely the predator, and neither is purely the prey. They're partners in a system that serves them both, at the expense of the town they nominally serve. This is not a satire of a hypothetical America. This is a description of actual mid-sized American cities across the 20th century. The Simpsons writers, Harvard-educated, historically literate, knew exactly what they were depicting. The Springfield underworld is not a cartoon exaggeration of organized crime. It's a relatively accurate depiction of how organized crime actually embeds itself in civic infrastructure. And the town knows. Not fully, not articulately, not in ways that lead to action. But on some level, the residents of Springfield know that Fat Tony is there, know what he does, know that the police chief is compromised, know that the mayor's office is for sale, and have made the collective decision to treat this as background noise rather than crisis. The collective denial theory from the Principal and the Pauper episode applies here too. Springfield maintains a functional fiction of civic normalcy while allowing the actual mechanisms of power, the mob, the corrupt cops, the captured politicians, to operate without challenge. Because challenging them would be dangerous. And dangerous in Springfield is the one thing nobody wants to be. There's a layer of the Fat Tony mythology that goes deeper than his organizational role. It involves his relationship with Bart Simpson, and it is one of the strangest and most tonally inconsistent threads in the show's long history. Fat Tony and Bart develop something that the show never quite commits to naming. It's not a father-son relationship, though that shadow is present. It's not a simple criminal recruitment, though that dimension is there too. It's something in between. A recognition between two people who understand something about how the world works that the people around them haven't figured out. Bart, without ever articulating it, understands power. He understands hierarchy. He understands that the official rules are not the real rules, and that the people who act as if the official rules were the real rules are the ones who get stepped on. This is the knowledge of a child who has been watching adults closely and drawing accurate conclusions about what he sees. Fat Tony also understands these things from a different angle, through different experience, with different consequences. But the understanding is the same. When they interact, there's a mutual recognition that the show plays for comedy, but that carries genuine psychological weight. Two people who see through the same surface from opposite ends of Springfield's informal power structure. The tragedy, and it is a tragedy quietly, is that Bart's understanding of how power works has nowhere legitimate to go. Springfield schools don't have space for it. Homer can't channel it. Lisa's values are incompatible with it. And the only people in Springfield who would recognize it as an asset and know how to use it are people like Fat Tony, whose use of it involves activities that will eventually get someone hurt. The mob in Springfield is, among other things, the only meritocracy the town has. It rewards competence regardless of educational credential or family connection. It has clear hierarchies with comprehensible rules. It delivers on its promises, which is more than can be said for Springfield's official institutions. This is not an endorsement of organized crime. It is an observation about what the show is telling you when it has Bart repeatedly drawn back toward Tony's world. That Springfield's official avenues for ambition are closed or corrupted, and that the unofficial ones are waiting, patient and open, for anyone smart enough and desperate enough to walk through them. The show never lets Bart fully cross that threshold, but it shows you the threshold clearly. And that is darker than simply having Bart become a criminal. Because it means the show is acknowledging, quietly, that the boundary between Springfield's legitimate and illegitimate economies is thin and porous, and maintained largely through the collective agreement of people who have more to gain from the fiction of a boundary than from examining what it actually consists of. Now, let's turn to something the Fat Tony episodes touch on only obliquely: the history of Springfield itself. Springfield was founded. It was founded by someone, for a reason, at a specific historical moment. The show gives you fragments of this founding across different episodes. Legends of Jebediah Springfield, the town's mythologized founder who has a statue in the center of town, and a holiday in his honor, and a historical narrative that is, as the show eventually reveals, almost entirely false. Jebediah Springfield was not the noble pioneer the myths describe. He was a violent man, a liar, and possibly a pirate. The show reveals this in an episode that is primarily about Lisa's drive to uncover historical truth. And what she finds beneath the official story is significantly uglier than the official story. The town was built on a lie. Its founding myth is fabricated. Its hero is a fraud. Its historical identity is constructed from materials that the actual history would not support if anyone looked closely. And the town, when confronted with this truth, responds, predictably, inevitably, in the Springfield way, by choosing the lie, by deciding that the inspiring fiction is worth more than the accurate history. By reburying the evidence and going back to celebrating Jebediah Springfield Day as if nothing had changed. This is not incidental to the underworld theme. This is its foundation. A town founded on a lie about its founder, with a corrupt police force, a captured mayor's office, and a functioning organized crime operation embedded in its commercial infrastructure, is a town whose present accurately reflects its origins. Springfield is corrupt from the soil up. Fat Tony didn't corrupt Springfield. He is the natural product of a Springfield that was never not corrupt. He is, in a specific and uncomfortable way, the most honest businessman in town. He doesn't pretend to be legitimate. He doesn't claim to serve the public interest. He provides services, takes his percentage, maintains his relationships, and operates according to a clear and consistently applied set of principles that everyone in his world understands. Compared to Burns, who poisons the town while claiming to provide jobs, or Quimby, who takes bribes while claiming to represent the voters, or Wiggum, who enforces the law selectively while claiming to protect the public, Fat Tony is almost refreshingly transparent about what he is. He's the mob. He's always been the mob. And Springfield has always known it. That's the thing about the Springfield underworld. It's not hidden. It's visible. Fat Tony is a recurring character who has appeared in dozens of episodes across 30-some years. The show doesn't treat him as a secret. It treats him as a fixture, as part of the furniture of the town, because that's what he is. And the fact that the town treats him as furniture, the fact that nobody organizes against him, nobody runs on a platform of addressing organized crime, nobody connects his waste disposal operation to the broader contamination story, is not a failure of civic imagination. It's the same choice Springfield makes about everything. The choice to look away. The choice to maintain the fiction of a normal town. The choice to drive past the tire fire every day without asking who lit it. Section 4. Bart Simpson's psychological collapse. The darkness beneath the prank calls and the skateboard. Here's something the show established in its very first season and never adequately followed up on. Bart Simpson is failing. Not failing in the comedic sense, failing as in a child with genuine cognitive and behavioral issues placed in an educational and family environment that is consistently incapable of providing what he needs, who is falling further behind with each year that does not pass in Springfield's floating timeline, and who will, if the show ever allows consequences to accumulate, reach adulthood. without the skills or the structure that would allow him to do anything other than what the show's flash-forward episodes have consistently suggested he will do, which is to say, very little. Let's go back to the beginning of Bart's story. Not his origin within the show, the flashback episode showing Marge's pregnancy and Homer's reaction and the birth itself, but the beginning of the show's engagement with who Bart is as a character. Season 1, Springfield Elementary. Bart is placed in a 4th grade classroom with Mrs. Krabappel, a teacher who's been broken by decades of teaching in an underfunded school in a town that doesn't value education, whose relationship with her students ranges from resigned indifference to active contempt, and who represents, in the specific and depressing way that The Simpsons represents most of its adult institutions, the failure of an official system to serve the people it was designed to serve. Bart is immediately in trouble, not because he's stupid. The show is explicit and consistent about this. Bart is not stupid. He has a quick intelligence, a facility for creative problem solving, a remarkable social perceptiveness, and the kind of physical courage that, in a different context with different support, would be an asset rather than a liability. He's in trouble because the classroom cannot contain him, because the structure Springfield Elementary offers, rote memorization, standardized testing, passive reception of information from authority figures who have lost interest in the material they're teaching, is precisely the wrong structure for the kind of mind Bart has. He needs movement. He needs challenge. He needs to learn by doing rather than by sitting and receiving. He needs a teacher who can see the intelligence beneath the disruption and work with it rather than around it. He does not get any of these things. He gets detention. He gets F grades. He gets Krabappel's weary contempt. He gets Skinner's bureaucratic discipline. He gets a family home where Homer's response to academic failure is either explosive frustration or resigned acceptance, and where the academic support he would need to actually catch up is simply not available. And across 36 seasons, Bart falls further and further behind. The show uses this as comedy. Bart's grades are a recurring joke. His inability to learn multiplication tables, his creative interpretations of homework assignments, his relationship with academic failure as a badge of identity rather than a wound. All of this is played for laughs, and it is often genuinely funny. But the accumulated weight of it is not funny. The accumulated weight of it is a child who has spent his entire childhood failing in an environment that cannot help him, developing an identity built around failure because the alternative, trying and failing rather than failing without trying, is psychologically intolerable. There is a concept in educational psychology called learned helplessness. It describes a state that develops in individuals, human and otherwise, who are repeatedly exposed to situations where their actions have no reliable effect on outcomes. When trying hard produces the same results as not trying, failure, criticism, institutional consequences, the rational response is to stop trying, to disconnect effort from outcome, to find your sense of self in something other than performance, because performance is rigged. Bart Simpson has learned helplessness. The show depicts it with extraordinary accuracy, even if it never names it. Every time Bart genuinely tries, every episode structured around him making a real effort at something academic or institutional, the effort either fails or succeeds in a way that doesn't transfer. The season finale passes, but the grade doesn't improve. The test goes well, but the class doesn't get easier. The win is episodic and non-cumulative, because Springfield's floating timeline prevents anything from accumulating. But Bart doesn't experience the floating timeline as a narrative convenience. Within the logic of his subjective experience, he experiences it as confirmation of what he has already learned. Trying doesn't help. The outcome doesn't change. The F is waiting regardless. So he stops trying. And he builds a persona around not trying because not trying is the only thing he has control over. The prank calls to Mo. The skateboard. The devil may care performance of effortless cool that Bart projects into every social situation. These are not expressions of confidence. They are expressions of a child who has learned that the only way to protect yourself from the experience of failure is to make failure look intentional. If you fail on purpose, nobody can say you didn't try hard enough. Nobody can say you weren't smart enough. You chose this. You chose this. Bart chooses the skateboard over the textbook because the skateboard is the one domain where his actual capabilities, his physical coordination, his spatial intelligence, his risk tolerance, his creativity, are legible. Where the system rewards what he has rather than penalizing him for what he lacks. The skateboard doesn't have grades. The skateboard doesn't have Mrs. Crabapple. The skateboard just has Bart and the pavement, and the particular kind of mastery that comes from doing something thousands of times until your body knows it without being told. This is the tragedy of Bart's situation. He is genuinely good at things, real things, not consolation prize things. The problem solving he applies to pranks and schemes is sophisticated and creative. The leadership he exercises over his peer group is genuine and effective. The spatial reasoning he demonstrates on the skateboard reflects a type of intelligence that has real-world applications, if anyone were to recognize it as such and provide a context for its development. Nobody does. The school cannot see it, the family cannot channel it, and Springfield, as a community, has no use for it. Springfield has use for compliance and for the specific kind of intelligence that manifests as quiet performance in institutional settings. Bart's intelligence does not manifest this way, and so Springfield's conclusion is that Bart is not intelligent. This conclusion is wrong, and the show knows it is wrong, and the show cannot do anything about it because doing something about it would require either changing the system that failed Bart or allowing Bart to develop in ways that take him out of the Springfield elementary classroom. And neither of these things is available within the show's narrative structure. So Bart stays in 4th grade, forever. And every year, every floating, non-advancing year, the distance between where he is and where he would need to be to function in an adult world that demands credentials and compliance grows larger. The flash-forward episodes are the show's most honest engagement with where Bart's trajectory leads. In some of them, he is okay. He finds a way. He is not the person anyone expected him to be, but he is alive and engaged with his life and not unhappy. In others, the trajectory is darker. He is adrift. He has the same reflexive charisma that made him compelling at 10. But at 25 or 30, it reads differently. It reads like someone who never found a ground to stand on, who is still performing effortless cool in a world that stopped finding it charming years ago. The show does not commit to any single vision of Bart's adult future. The flash-forwards are non-canonical. They are possibilities, not certainties. But the possibilities are informed by the trajectory. And the trajectory, a child who is failing in a system that cannot help him, developing an identity organized around the performance of not caring. Points, if you follow it with honesty, toward outcomes that are not comfortable to think about. There is something else the show buried in Bart's psychology that almost nobody talks about. It has to do with his relationship with Homer. Homer and Bart have a relationship that the show presents warmly and sincerely as love. And it is love. The moments of genuine connection between Homer and Bart, the father-son bonding episodes, the shared adventures, the moments where Homer's childlike quality and Bart's actual childhood align and create something genuinely joyful, are among the show's most emotionally effective sequences. But Homer's relationship with Bart also contains something that sits uncomfortably alongside the warmth. Homer strangles Bart. The show plays this as a running gag. Homer's hands around Bart's neck, Bart's eyes bulging, the familiar sound effect, the laugh track. It is, in the specific context of the show's comedy register, a joke. But a father who responds to his son's frustrating behavior by physically grabbing him by the throat is not, in any other context, a figure of comedy. The show knows this, and it handles a strangling gag with a delicacy that not every viewer notices. Homer never actually hurts Bart in these moments. The strangling is always interrupted or resolved without real harm. And Homer's love for Bart is clearly and consistently genuine. He would do anything to protect his son from actual danger. But the instinctive physical response to frustration, the reaching, the grasping, the expression of helplessness through physical force because the emotional vocabulary required to handle the situation is simply not available to Homer. That tells you something about the household Bart is growing up in. Bart is growing up in a household where his primary male model is a man with severe cognitive and emotional limitations who loves him genuinely but expresses that love in ways that are, at their worst, violent, even if the violence is always checked before it becomes harm. Children who grow up watching the adults around them manage frustration through physical expression. Learn to manage frustration through physical expression. This is not a moral judgment, it is a description of how modeling works. Bart's behavior at school, the physicality, the impulsive acting out, the difficulty regulating his own emotional responses, is in this light not a mystery. It is the predictable output of a child learning from available models. Homer was raised by Abe Simpson, a man who, the show is clear about this, was emotionally distant, inconsistent, and frequently neglectful. Homer's parenting of Bart reflects, in its worst moments, the inadequacies of his own upbringing. Abe's emotional failures became Homer's. Homer's emotional failures are being transmitted episodically and imperfectly but genuinely to Bart. This is not about blame, this is about a pattern. 3 generations of Simpson men, Abe, Homer, Bart, each shaped by the inadequacies of the one before, each inheriting a set of limitations that the family never had the resources or the stability to interrupt. Marge tries to interrupt it. She is the one who sees the pattern most clearly, who works most consistently to give Bart something different. But one parent is not sufficient to override the environment, especially when the environment, the school, the town, the power plant, the contaminated water, is reinforcing everything she's working against. Bart is not a bad kid. The show has always been clear about this. Beneath the disruption and the pranks and the learned helplessness, there's a child who wants to be good, who wants to be seen, who wants someone to recognize what he is and what he could be and give him the right conditions to become it. Springfield never does this for him, and so Bart stays at 10, and the 4th grade continues. And the chalkboard fills with the same sentence, written over and over in the same hand, until the sentence stops meaning anything and becomes just the physical act of a child doing what the institution requires of him, without understanding or connection or hope. I will not fill in the blank. I will not fill in the blank. I will not. The chalkboard gag is the most honest image in the show. A boy, a blank wall, an injunction he doesn't understand, and the hand filling it in over and over, because that's what you do when the institution tells you to. You comply. Even if you don't know why, even if the compliance doesn't help, even if you'll be back at the same chalkboard tomorrow, writing the same sentence. That's what Bart learned from Springfield, and that, in the end, might be the darkest thing the show ever taught him. Section 5. Lisa's loneliness and the town that punishes genius. In a different show, Lisa Simpson would be the hero. She would be the protagonist. The 8-year-old prodigy with the saxophone and the stack of library books and the moral clarity that makes the adults around her uncomfortable because it asks of them a consistency they are not equipped to provide. She would solve the problems. She would change the town. She would grow up in the way that protagonists grow up into the person the story was always moving her toward. In The Simpsons, Lisa is something else. Lisa is the Cassandra. She sees everything. She understands everything. She says what she sees clearly and with evidence to anyone who will listen. And nobody listens. Not because she's wrong, she is almost never wrong, but because what she is saying is inconvenient. Because it requires some thing of the people hearing it that they are not willing to give. And the show watches this happen, episode after episode, year after floating year, with the particular kind of honesty that is one of the show's greatest and most under-acknowledged qualities. Lisa is right, and being right cost her everything. Let's start with her intelligence, because the show's depiction of what genius actually feels like, not the triumphant, beloved prodigy version from movies about gifted children, but the real, grinding, isolating, socially expensive version, is one of its most accurate and least celebrated achievements. Lisa is lonely. This is the central fact of her character, and it is the fact the show returns to most consistently across its run. She is lonely in her house, surrounded by a family that loves her but cannot fully meet her. She is lonely at school, in a social world that has no framework for accommodating someone whose intellectual interests are 3 grade levels ahead of the peer group she's been assigned to by age. She is lonely in Springfield itself, in a town that has organized its values around exactly the qualities: ease, comfort, compliance, the social lubrication of shared mediocrity that Lisa's nature refuses. She tries to be less lonely. The show documents this trying with heartbreaking regularity. She forms friendships that don't last because the person she befriends eventually encounters the full weight of what Lisa is: the intensity, the moral seriousness, the inability to let a wrong thing stand unchallenged, and retreats. She pursues romantic relationships that founder on the same incompatibility. She finds communities, the intellectual ones, the activist ones, the ones built around shared values rather than shared geography, and discovers that even within those communities, something about her specific combination of qualities makes her difficult to sustain closeness with. Not because she is unlovable, the show is explicit about this. Lisa is deeply, genuinely lovable, and the episodes that allow other characters to see this, the moments when her actual warmth and generosity and humor come through the protective shell of intellectual self-assertion, are some of the most moving things the show has produced. But the protective shell is necessary, and the necessity of the shell is what makes the closeness difficult. Lisa has learned, through the specific education of a childhood spent being the smartest person in rooms that resent her for it, that her intelligence is a social liability as much as an asset. That declaring what she knows invites dismissal. That caring too much about the right things makes her a target for the mockery of people who have decided that not caring is cooler than caring. So she protects herself. She uses the saxophone. Not consciously, not strategically, but the saxophone is the one outlet where Lisa's interior life can move through the world without words and without the social friction that words bring. The music is the part of her that doesn't need to be defended or explained or qualified. It is just sound, and it carries everything she cannot say out loud in the specific social context she navigates every day. The show uses Lisa's saxophone as an emotional barometer. When Lisa is doing well, she plays. When Lisa is in crisis, the real kind, not the comedic kind, the kind where something has actually broken inside her, the music stops, or it changes, or it becomes the thing that breaks through when nothing else can. This is sophisticated writing. It is the show trusting its own character enough to let her carry meaning through behavior rather than exposition. And it is one of the reasons Lisa endures as a character even through the seasons when the writing around her has been less careful. Now, let's talk about what the show does to Lisa's intelligence specifically. Because there is a pattern in the Lisa episodes that goes beyond the general theme of loneliness, and it's one of the darkest sustained arguments the show makes. Every time Lisa fights for something right, something she has identified correctly as unjust or harmful or false, and she has the evidence and she presents it clearly and she is correct, the institution resists. The community resists. The show resolves in a way that either restores the status quo or provides a compromise that leaves the injustice essentially intact, while giving Lisa enough to stop fighting. She wins small things. She never wins the large ones. The environmental causes she takes up. The town acknowledges them and forgets them. The animal rights issues. A momentary shift in behavior, followed by a return to previous patterns. The academic injustices. Corrected within the episode, restored by the next. The political frauds she exposes. Investigated, sanitized, buried. Lisa keeps fighting because Lisa is constitutionally incapable of stopping. The fighting is not a strategy, it is who she is. The moral seriousness is not a performance. It is her nature. But the fighting never wins in a way that sticks. And over 36 years of watching this, the accumulation creates something that the show has never fully named. The slow grinding destruction of a person's belief that the world is changeable. Lisa is 8 years old and has been losing her faith in systemic change for 36 years. That is a long time to watch the institutions you believe in fail to live up to their stated values. That is a long time to be right without being heated. There is an episode, one of the show's most emotionally precise, in which Lisa is directly confronted with her own future. She sees through a series of circumstances the show constructs around her, what her trajectory looks like if Springfield continues to be Springfield and Lisa continues to be Lisa. The future is not triumphant. It is not the story of the prodigy who grew up to change the world. It is something lonelier and more complicated. A person of genuine capability who has spent her life fighting against a current that never reversed, who has maintained her integrity at significant personal cost, who is still fighting but who has learned finally to fight smaller, to choose battles whose scope matches what one person in one town can actually accomplish. The show doesn't present this as defeat. It presents it with the complicated tenderness it brings to all of Lisa's storylines at its best. It is honest about the cost of who Lisa is in the world she lives in, and it is also honest about the dignity in refusing to stop being that person. But the honesty is dark. It is a show about a child, acknowledging that the world that child lives in will probably not become worthy of her. Springfield doesn't deserve Lisa. The show knows this. It has always known this, and it cannot change it without changing Springfield, which it is structurally incapable of doing. So Lisa stays at 8 years old, fighting the same fights, winning the small victories and losing the large ones, playing the saxophone in the moments when words have run out. And the town goes on around her, yellow and four-fingered and ageless, in the shadow of the cracked cooling towers. There is a reading, a painful one, in which Lisa represents not just herself, but every intelligent, morally serious person who has ever found themselves living in a community that cannot accommodate their full nature. Every person who has learned that being right is not sufficient. Every person who has discovered that truth, presented clearly and with evidence, runs directly into the wall of what people are willing to hear. Lisa is that person. She has always been that person, and she is 8 years old forever, which means she never gets the relief of growing up and leaving Springfield and finding a world somewhere that has room for what she is. She stays, she plays, she fights, and the town resets around her every single Sunday night. Section 6, The Flanders Conspiracy. What Ned is really hiding and the darkness behind the diddly. There is a man in Springfield who appears, at first glance, to be the show's most straightforward character. Ned Flanders, good neighbor, devout Christian, proprietor of the Leftorium, the left-hand specialty store that should not work as a business model in a town the size of Springfield, but persists anyway, perhaps through the same mysterious commercial logic that keeps Moe's Tavern open despite its apparently non-existent customer base. Ned is the straight man to Homer. He is the person the show holds up to reflect Homer's qualities through contrast. Homer is lazy, Ned is industrious. Homer is impulsive, Ned is measured. Homer neglects his family, Ned devotes himself to his. Homer breaks everything, Ned repairs everything. They are neighbors and mirrors and occasional unlikely friends, and their dynamic has been the show's most consistent comedic pairing since the first season. But Ned Flanders is not what he appears to be. Not in the sinister sense. Ned is not secretly evil in the way that a lesser show might resolve the mystery. The darkness hiding inside Ned Flanders is more complicated than a villain reveal. It is the darkness of a person who is fundamentally broken as a child and who has spent his entire adult life constructing an elaborate external performance to paper over the cracks, and who is one sufficiently severe loss away from the thing underneath coming through. We already know about the therapy. The show tells you, in an episode that is partially played for comedy and partially for something considerably more serious, that Ned's relentless positivity is not natural. It was produced. A child psychiatrist spent an extended period conditioning the aggression out of a young Ned Flanders through a behavioral program that the show describes in terms that map uncomfortably closely onto what is now understood as aversive conditioning. The Ned who emerged from that process is not a person. He is a performance, not insincere. Ned is not consciously performing. The conditioning has been thorough enough, and the performance has been sustained long enough that Ned himself cannot fully distinguish the performed self from the actual self. The kindness is real, in the sense that it is no longer effortful. The patience is genuine, in the sense that the rage that once necessitated the therapy has been buried so deep under decades of practiced suppression that Ned would have to break in very particular ways to access it. But break is the right word. The show shows you Ned breaking, not the comedic mini breakdowns, the okily-dokily that's enough of that moments, when his forced cheerfulness creaks under some specific strain. The real breakdown, the one after Maud's death, the one after the hurricane, the one where the thing underneath comes through with enough force that Springfield, that the people around Ned who have been benefiting from his performed goodness for years, has to actually see it. And what they see is not evil. What they see is despair. The rage that the therapy suppressed did not disappear. It compressed. It condensed over decades of compression into something denser and more dangerous than ordinary anger. Something that has been folded in on itself so many times that it no longer has the shape of anger at all. It has the shape of exhaustion, of a man who has been good, who has done everything right, who has given more than he received and forgiven more than he should have had to forgive, and who looks at the balance sheet of his life and cannot make the numbers add up. Maud Flanders died because of Homer Simpson. Not in the villainous sense. Homer didn't want Maud to die, didn't plan it, didn't act with malice. He acted with the ordinary self-involvement that characterizes all of Homer's actions, dodging the t-shirts while Maud took the impact he stepped away from. It was an accident. It was Homer being Homer. But Maud Flanders is dead, and her husband is a widower, and her children are motherless, and the man responsible is the neighbor Ned has spent years forgiving for less. And Ned forgave him for this too. That forgiveness is the most disturbing thing in the Ned Flanders story. Not because forgiveness is wrong, but because the speed and completeness of Ned's forgiveness. Because the show's refusal to allow Ned's sustained, legitimate anger at the man who, through carelessness, killed his wife, tells you something about the depth of the conditioning. The therapy was thorough enough that it overrides even this. Even this. Ned cannot hold Homer accountable because Ned's behavioral architecture does not have a space for holding people accountable. He was programmed out of it before he was old enough to understand what was being done to him. And the result is that Homer Simpson, a man who killed Ned's wife through selfishness, continues to live next door to the widower without consequences. Continues to borrow tools without returning them. Continues to make noise and cause damage and demand Ned's patience. Continues to be Homer. And Ned continues to smile and say diddly and offer the casseroles and pray the prayers and go to the church that God apparently uses to talk to Homer but not to Ned. This is not a story about the redemptive power of forgiveness. This is a story about what happens when forgiveness becomes compulsive. When the capacity for appropriate anger has been so thoroughly suppressed that you are incapable of self-protection. When you have been conditioned to be good in circumstances that do not deserve goodness and cannot recognize its value. Ned is not a saint. Saints choose their virtue. Ned's virtue was manufactured for him before he had the cognitive capacity to consent to the manufacturing. He is not living a good life, he is performing one. And the performance has been running so long, on such conditioning, that the man inside the performance, the one who wanted to play the saxophone in the jazz band instead of being a Christian businessman, who wanted to travel instead of staying rooted in Springfield, who wanted things for himself that his constructed identity has never allowed him to fully want. That man is a stranger to Ned himself. There's a moment in the hurricane episode that the show never quite follows through on. After the community rebuilds Ned's house poorly and it collapses, Ned's breakdown contains, among the recriminations, a list of things he's never said. Specific grievances. Specific acknowledgments of ways Springfield has taken advantage of his goodness. These grievances are accurate. Every single one. The town has taken advantage of Ned. They have borrowed and not returned, borrowed goodwill and not acknowledged it, benefited from his reliability and his patience and his general willingness to be the person who shows up and does what needs to be done without demanding recognition, and they have given him comparatively little in return. Ned was right. In that moment, in that breakdown, Ned was the most honest he has ever been. And the response, his being committed, his being medicated, his being returned to a functional state that the town recognizes as normal Ned, is the show's clearest statement on what happens to honest people in Springfield. They are treated. The inconvenient truth is managed, and the performance resumes. There is something else in Ned's story that the show has been quietly layering across many seasons, and it involves his sons, Rod and Todd Flanders, two of the most genuinely strange characters in the show's entire cast. Rod and Todd are raised within Ned's religious framework, strictly, consistently, with an intensity that the show's comedy register frames as quirky, but which, examined outside that register, looks like a childhood of significant constraint. They do not experience much of what constitutes a normal childhood in Springfield. Their exposure to secular culture is monitored. Their peer relationships are limited. Their emotional vocabulary is organized almost entirely around religious concepts. And they are, in the specific way the show depicts them, odd. Not in the funny odd way that makes them effective background characters. In the genuinely, quietly concerning way. The way that children who have been raised in environments of extreme control sometimes become odd, withdrawn, hyper-compliant, emotionally underdeveloped in specific ways that reflect the absence of the ordinary friction and autonomy that childhood is supposed to provide. There are moments when Rod and Todd, asked to express a preference or make a choice or simply say how they feel about something, simply cannot do it. Not because they don't have feelings, but because the framework they've been given doesn't have a category for that kind of self-expression. Ned is doing to his sons what was done to him, not the aversive conditioning. Ned is not a monster, and the show never suggests he is. But the same essential project, constructing a specific kind of person through environmental control, through the elimination of certain choices and the reinforcement of certain others, without the child's consent, and in ways that will shape who they become for the rest of their lives. The cycle continues. Because that's what cycles do in Springfield. Without a reset button for the underlying psychology, without a Ned who is willing to examine what was done to him and make conscious choices about what he transmits, the conditioning passes forward. Rod and Todd will grow up, if they grow up, shaped by a framework that Ned never had the chance to examine. And Ned will keep smiling. And the fence between his yard and Homer's will stay freshly painted. And God will keep talking to Homer, and Ned will keep listening to the silence on the other end of his prayers. Waiting, with the patience of a man who is conditioned to wait, for an answer that the show has never given him, and probably never will. Because in Springfield, the good are not rewarded, they are used. And then they are asked to forgive the people who use them. And Ned Flanders, more thoroughly than anyone else in Springfield, has been trained to say yes. Section 7, the many deaths of Springfield. Every time the town should have ended and didn't. Springfield has died many times. Not in the metaphorical sense, not in the way that cities gradually decline or communities slowly hollow out. Springfield has died in the specific, dramatic, catastrophic sense. It has been destroyed, sealed off, contaminated to the point of federal intervention, burned, flooded, invaded, struck by celestial events, subjected to mob violence, and overrun by wildlife on at least 3 separate occasions. And every single time, by the next episode, everything is fine. This is the most consistently noticed anomaly in the show's entire run. The episodic reset button. The way consequences evaporate between installments. The structural feature that fan theories have been trying to explain. The coma, the radiation, the collective denial. Since the internet gave fans a place to put their observations. But here's what those theories, good as they are, tend to overlook. The reset isn't just a narrative convenience. It is, in its accumulation across 36 seasons, a portrait of something real about the psychology of communities under sustained stress. And when you look at all the deaths of Springfield laid end to end, when you catalog the complete list of catastrophes the town has survived and forgotten, what you find is not just a cartoon town with a flexible sense of continuity. You find something that looks like trauma response. Let's walk through the major extinctions. The monorail incident. An unqualified man is hired to build a monorail for Springfield using shoddy materials purchased from a con man. The monorail's maiden voyage nearly kills everyone aboard. The train is damaged beyond repair. The investment is lost. The con man is exposed. The disaster is, in the show's own framing, a direct consequence of Springfield's collective willingness to be sold a dream without examining its structural integrity. By the next episode, the monorail is not mentioned. The financial loss is not discussed. The civic process that led to the disaster, the way a single charismatic speaker could commandeer a town meeting and steer an entire community's resources toward his scheme in the course of one song, has not generated any institutional reform. Springfield was vulnerable to the monorail because it wanted to believe in something. It wanted the shining future the song promised. And when the future turned out to be a badly built train on a badly laid track, The town's response was to move on as quickly as possible from the evidence that they had been credulous. Remembering the monorail would mean remembering the credulity. So Springfield forgot the comet incident. A comet on a direct collision course with Springfield becomes the occasion for one of the show's most pointed satirical episodes. The town's response to the approaching extinction event cycles through denial, panic, scapegoating, mob violence, and ultimately a collective retreat into a bomb shelter that proves claustrophobic enough to drive everyone back outside to face the comet together, which, due to a series of coincidences the episode self-consciously frames as absurd, bounces harmlessly off the monorail and breaks up in the atmosphere and falls as dust that is immediately consumed by the pollution already in the air. Springfield was saved from extinction by its own pollution. The episode knows how dark this is. It says it directly. The joke is there. But the show says it and moves on, and the next episode begins, and nobody in Springfield has updated their institutional response to near-extinction events based on what they learned from this one. Because what they learned from this one, that the mob mentality that seizes Springfield in crisis is more dangerous than most of the actual crises, is not the kind of lesson that is comfortable to institutionalize. The dome. This is the one that the show's universe treats as the most serious, because it is the one that involves the actual federal government making an actual determination that Springfield is too toxic for the rest of the country to be exposed to. The EPA sealing Springfield under a glass dome is not a metaphor. It is not satire of something hypothetical. It is the show's universe depicting a real federal agency concluding that a real American town has crossed the threshold of environmental contamination, past which it becomes a hazard to neighboring communities. Springfield is quarantined from the outside by the government because it is too poisonous to exist in contact with the rest of America. And the movie resolves this, and Springfield goes on, and the next season starts. And the dome is in the past. But the dome raised a question that the show never answered. How did Springfield get to the point where the dome was necessary? Not in the immediate sense. The episode gives you the immediate cause. In the accumulated sense. What is the actual history of contamination that turned an ordinary American town into a place that the Environmental Protection Agency decided had to be physically contained? The radiation theory answers this. The mob's waste disposal operation answers some of it. Burns's refusal to address the plant's 342 violations answers more. But the full answer, the answer that would require Springfield to look at itself as a system and trace the chain of decisions and corruptions and negligences that led to the dome, is the answer Springfield is constitutionally incapable of providing. Because the answer is not one person's fault, it is everyone's. The dome was possible because of Burns. But it was also possible because of Wiggum's corruption and Quimby's venality, and the voters who kept electing Quimby and the residents who kept buying Burns's electricity without demanding accountability for how it was generated, and the town meeting attendees who voted to forget the three-eyed fish, and the parents who didn't connect their children's health issues to the water supply, and the doctors who didn't ask the questions that would have connected them. The dome was the town's collective consequence. And collective consequences are the hardest to process because they require collective accountability, which requires the kind of self-examination that communities with Springfield's specific psychological profile, the denial, the willful forgetting, the institutional capture, are uniquely equipped to avoid. So they forgot the dome and the tire fire burned on. There are smaller deaths too. The ones that don't qualify as extinction events, but that represent, in their accumulation, the same pattern. The school has been defunded, rebuilt, defunded again, and subjected to budget cuts so extreme that at various points it has lost its music program, its arts program, its sports program, its library, and its supply of working pencils. Each of these losses is treated as a crisis within the episode it occurs in. Each is resolved, partially, before the credits roll. None of them results in the sustained, committed civic response that a functioning community would mount in defense of its children's education. Because mounting that response would require confronting the structural reasons the school is underfunded. And those structural reasons trace back to the power plant, to the tax base, to Burns's wealth, and his relationship to the town's financial infrastructure, to the same interlocking set of forces that the Dome episode puts a glass ceiling on. You cannot fix the school without fixing the town. You cannot fix the town without confronting Burns. You cannot confront Burns because Springfield is too damaged, too cognitively impaired, too economically dependent, and too thoroughly conditioned by decades of collective forgetting to mount the kind of sustained, organized resistance that the confrontation would require. The school stays broken, the tire fire burns, the water stays contaminated. And Springfield wakes up each morning and goes about its day, and the sun comes up, and the cooling towers steam, and the four-fingered hands make breakfast, and nobody says, "Wait, something is wrong here." Nobody says it, because the last person who said it was tied to a train. Let's talk about the disasters that Springfield generates internally. Not the ones that come from outside, the comets, the federal interventions, but the ones that Springfield produces from within its own population. The mob scenes. Springfield forms mobs. This is one of the most consistent and specific behavioral patterns the show depicts. A mob forms in Springfield the way weather forms, from the accumulation of small conditions until the threshold is crossed and the thing happens almost by its own momentum. The show has depicted Springfield mobs destroying property, pursuing innocent individuals, threatening authority figures, burning things down. And in almost every case, the mob was motivated by something that, an hour earlier, would have been a laughable overreaction, a rumor, a misunderstanding, a suggestion from a charismatic speaker at a town meeting. The mob is Springfield's most reliable collective behavior, and it is the behavior most precisely incompatible with the kind of collective action that would actually address the town's real problems. Springfield will form a mob to chase something they don't understand. They will not form one to demand that Burns fix his cracked cooling towers. Why? Because the mob is a release of accumulated pressure. It is the thing a community does when the pressure builds past a certain point, and there is no institutional channel for it, no functioning political process, no accountable leadership, no reliable legal system. The pressure has nowhere to go, so it goes sideways. It goes at the nearest available target, which is usually something confusing or unfamiliar or slightly different from what Springfield expects. The mob is Springfield's symptom. The show has been depicting it since the beginning with remarkable psychological consistency. The same conditions that prevent the town from addressing its real problems are the conditions that make it vulnerable to the mob. The cognitive impairment, the institutional capture, the collective denial, the absence of genuine civic leadership. And every mob leaves damage behind, property, relationships, occasionally actual physical harm. And then Springfield forgets the mob too, and the pressure builds again, and the next triggering event is waiting somewhere in the middle distance. There is something almost elegiac about the complete list of Springfield's catastrophes, viewed from outside. This town has survived so much. It has been through so much. The fires, the floods, the contamination, the near extinctions, the betrayals, the frauds, the disasters, both natural and manufactured. It is reset from all of it without memory and without the changes that memory would require. And it keeps going. That persistence is what's in the most generous possible reading, a kind of resilience. The town endures because the people in it endure, because they have each other, and they have the shared geography of Evergreen Terrace and the school and the nuclear plant and the Quickie Mart and Moe's Tavern and all the other places that make up the texture of daily life in Springfield. The community is real, even if its institutions are broken. The love is real, even if the memory is not. That's the generous reading. The less generous reading is that Springfield's persistence is not resilience, but stagnation. That the town keeps going not because it has overcome its crises, but because it has learned to absorb them without change. That every reset is not a fresh start, but a deeper rut. That the town is not surviving its catastrophes, it is being defined by them, slowly, across decades of accumulated non-recovery, into something that is less than what it was and less than what it could have been. Either reading is available in the text. The show holds both of them simultaneously, which is one of the things that makes it, at its best, a genuinely complex piece of storytelling. Springfield dies and comes back, and dies again and comes back again. And you watch, and you're glad it comes back. And somewhere in the part of you that has been watching long enough to know what the pattern means, you wonder what it's costing. Section 8. Krusty, the clown. The darkest entertainer on television and the tragedy. He hides in plain sight. Before we go any further into the dark hallways of Springfield, let's stop at the studio. Channel 6. Home of the Krusty the Clown Show. The show that Springfield's children have grown up watching for 36 years. The show that shaped Bart Simpson's earliest understanding of what a hero looked like. The show that made a man in grease paint and an enormous red nose into the most beloved public figure in the history of a town that has, among its public figures, a Nobel Peace Prize winner. Krusty the Clown is Springfield's most famous resident. More famous than Mayor Quimby. More beloved than any of the show's other recurring characters. He is the face of childhood for an entire generation of Springfieldians. The figure who was there on Saturday morning and after school and during holiday specials. The one constant in the fluctuating landscape of childhood entertainment. He is also one of the most comprehensively broken people in all of Springfield. And the breaking is not hidden. The show does not pretend Krusty is fine. It has been telling you for 36 seasons with extraordinary consistency exactly what is wrong with him. It just tells you inside a comedy structure that keeps the full weight of it at a manageable distance. Krusty's real name is Herschel Shmoykel Pinchas Yerusham Krustovsky. He is the son of Rabbi Hyman Krustovsky, a respected and beloved figure in Springfield's Jewish community. His father is a man of genuine learning, genuine faith, and genuine love for his son. A love that expressed itself in the specific way that parental love sometimes does, as a complete inability to accept the person his son actually was. Rabbi Krustovsky wanted a son who would carry on the family's religious and scholarly tradition. What he got was a son who wanted to be a clown. Not a metaphorical clown, a literal clown. A performer, a comedian, a man who made children laugh by hitting himself with a pie and falling down and making the faces and doing the voices and inhabiting the particular species of chaos that good physical comedy requires. Rabbi Krustovsky looked at this and saw rejection. He looked at his son's vocation and saw an embarrassment, a negation of everything the family stood for, a departure from the path he had laid with care and love and expectation. He disowned him. He sat Shiva for his son, performed the rituals of mourning for a child who was still alive, cut him off from the family, from the religious community, from the framework of identity and belonging that Herschel Krustovsky had grown up inside. And Herschel became Krusty. He put on the grease paint, and he went into show business, and he became the most successful children's entertainer in Springfield's history. And he held all of it. The fame, the merchandise, the genuinely devoted audience of millions of children who loved him. At the same distance from his actual self that the grease paint maintained. Because none of it was the thing he actually wanted. The thing he actually wanted was his father. The show tells you this directly in the episode that deals with the estrangement, in which Bart, who has his own complicated feelings about father-son relationships, takes it upon himself to reconcile Krusty and the rabbi. The episode is one of the show's most emotionally honest because it takes the comedic framework and lets something genuine move through it. Krusty is not a bad son. He is a son who was told that the most authentic expression of his nature, the comedy, the performance, the making people laugh, was shameful. And who built his entire adult life around that thing anyway? Because he couldn't not. Because it was too fundamentally part of him to abandon even for the father he loved. And then he built walls around it. He built the cynicism and the self-destructive behavior, and the gambling and the drinking and the series of failed marriages, and the endless grinding commercialism that has turned the Krusty brand into something that bears almost no relationship to the genuine love of performance that generated it. The walls are not self-protection in any positive sense. They are the specific architecture of a man who learned very early that the most essential thing about him was wrong, and who has spent his adult life simultaneously refusing to give it up and refusing to take it seriously. If it's not serious, it can't be rejected. If the show is just business, just merchandise, just a cynical product being sold to credulous children by a man who doesn't believe in it, then nobody can look at it and find it insufficient. Nobody can tell Krusty it's not enough, because it's not claiming to be anything. The tragedy is that it is something. It was always something. There are moments in Krusty episodes, rare ones, precious ones, where the real performer breaks through the cynicism and does something genuinely, brilliantly funny. Not the calculated slapstick of a man executing a routine he's done 10,000 times. Something alive, something that came from the place that existed before the disownment, before the grease paint, before the merchandise deals. And the children in the audience respond to it. They always respond to it. Because children can tell. They know the difference between performance and genuine play. And in those moments when the real Krusty is doing something real, Springfield's children are watching a man be exactly who he was always meant to be. And then the bit ends, and the cynicism comes back, and the commercial plays, and Krusty lights a cigarette off-screen and signs another licensing deal for Krusty brand merchandise. And the moment passes. It always passes. There is another layer to Krusty's story that the show introduced and then never fully explored. And it is one of the most genuinely disturbing threads in the show's history. It involves the content of the Krusty the Clown show itself. Krusty's show is not safe. The show has depicted, across multiple episodes, the Krusty the Clown show featuring content that would, in any functional media regulatory environment, result in sanctions, lawsuits, and quite possibly criminal charges. Segments that expose children to genuine danger. Stunts that go wrong and injure cast members on camera. Product placements for items that are, by the show's own internal evidence, actively harmful to the children who buy them. Krusty's branded products are a recurring dark joke in the show. The Krusty brand has been attached to food products that cause illness, toys that cause physical injury, and services that are transparently fraudulent. The show treats this as comic exaggeration, the unscrupulous entertainer who will put his face on anything for a paycheck. But the accumulation across 36 seasons tells a different story. Krusty has been selling harmful products to children for 3 decades. The children of Springfield have grown up consuming Krusty-branded content and Krusty-branded products that have, across the show's run, made them sick, hurt them, failed them, and lied to them. And they love him anyway. That loyalty, the devotion of Springfield's children to a figure who has repeatedly failed them commercially and occasionally failed them in more directly harmful ways, is itself a disturbing thing to examine. It speaks to the way early childhood attachment to a media figure can survive evidence that the figure doesn't deserve the attachment. Bart's love for Krusty survived the revelation that Krusty had been framing him, survived the discovery of the merchandise scandal, survived every subsequent piece of evidence that the clown he had organized his childhood around was, in the specific ways that mattered most to a child, not quite what he appeared to be. Because children don't love what the person actually is. They love what the person represents. And what Krusty represents to Bart and to the children of Springfield is not the cynical businessman or the gambling addict or the alienated son. It is the laugh, the chaos, the particular energy of a performance that, in its genuine moments, told a child, yes, the world can be like this, anarchic and funny and full of people willing to fall down and get back up for your amusement. That message, the core of what clowning offers to children, is real and it is valuable, and Krusty, beneath the grease paint and the cynicism, is genuinely capable of delivering it. He just can't sustain it. He can't live inside it. He can only visit it in those rare, genuine moments before the wall goes back up and the cigarette comes out and the next licensing deal is signed. The rabbi and the son reconcile in the episode the show devoted to it. It is a genuinely moving episode. Krusty and his father sit together, and the estrangement that has defined both their lives is partially healed. And then the show moves on, and the healing is, like all things in Springfield, episodic rather than cumulative. By the next Krusty episode, the dynamic has not fundamentally changed. Krusty is still the same complex, self-destructive, gifted, damaged man he always was. The reconciliation with his father did not resolve the underlying wound, because the underlying wound is not fully about his father. It's about the world that told Herschel Krustovsky that what he loved was wrong. That world was not just Rabbi Krustovsky. That world was the specific cultural context that positioned comedy as a lesser calling, as something a serious person from a serious family should be embarrassed by. Reconciling with his father addressed one manifestation of that wound. It did not heal the wound itself. And so Krusty endures, performing and suffering and occasionally, in the right moment with the right audience, being exactly who he was always supposed to be. The grease paint is the saddest costume in Springfield. Not because it hides something terrible, because it hides something wonderful that the person wearing it has been taught not to trust. There is a version of Krusty in which he had a different father, or a father who could accept him as he was, and in which the comedy was allowed to be serious, in which the genuine craft of making people laugh was treated as a vocation rather than an embarrassment. In that version, Krusty is one of the great entertainers in Springfield's history. Not the commercially compromised, self-destructively cynical version. The real version. The one who shows up in those rare, genuine moments and makes Springfield's children feel, for a few minutes, that the world is a place where it is okay to be ridiculous. That Krusty exists, he's in there, he just doesn't get out very often. Because the door between him and the world was built by someone who loved him and couldn't show it in the way he needed. And the grease paint is the lock. Section 9. The Women of Springfield and the show's hidden feminist tragedy. There are more women in Springfield than the show's focus on Homer usually suggests. They are in the background mostly. They occupy the margins of episodes structured around the men. Homer and Burns and Bart and Skinner and Fat Tony and all the others. They appear at the edges of scenes, in the supporting cast, in the recurring character landscape of Springfield that the show populates with dozens of distinct individuals who each carry their own fully realized personality in the limited screen time they receive. And if you pay attention to them, if you follow them out of the margins and into the center where the spotlight usually isn't pointed, what you find is one of the show's least discussed but most consistent thematic threads. Springfield is not a good place to be a woman, not in the overtly villainous sense. The show does not depict a society of deliberate misogyny, of men consciously oppressing women through coordinated effort. It is more specific and more ordinary than that. What the show depicts, with a consistency that becomes undeniable once you start looking for it, is a town where women's capabilities are consistently underutilized, their choices consistently constrained, and their intelligence consistently filtered through a social environment that has been organized for their presence without ever quite being organized around their interests. We have already talked about Marge at length, but Marge is the center. Let's look at the edges. Patty and Selma Bouvier, Marge's sisters, two of the show's most consistently present secondary characters, appearing across hundreds of episodes as a unit. The same voice, the same cigarette, the same weight of shared history pressing down on every interaction. Patty and Selma are DMV employees. This is their defining professional characteristic, and the show uses it primarily as a joke. They are the humorless, soul-crushing face of bureaucratic dysfunction, the people you have to deal with when you go to renew your license and would rather not have to deal with it all. But Patty and Selma, examined outside the comic frame, are something more complicated than that. They are the show's most sustained portrait of what happens to women who never found the thing that would give their lives a center, and who have organized their existence around the things available to them in the absence of that center. Work, cigarettes, entertainment, each other, without being able to fully acknowledge that the arrangement is a compensation rather than a fulfillment. They love their sister. Their relationship with Marge is real and has genuine warmth beneath the bickering and the condescension about Homer. They have each other. The bond between twins, or the close, cohabiting relationship the show suggests between them, is real and sustaining. But they're lonely in ways that are different from Lisa's loneliness and Marge's loneliness. Their loneliness is the specific kind that comes from having chosen or been directed toward a life that was always smaller than the self it was meant to contain. The DM job, the apartment, the shared cigarettes and the television and the photograph of MacGyver. These are not the elements of a life that someone constructed deliberately and chose freely. These are the things that were left when the larger possibilities closed off. The show doesn't lean into this. It uses Patty and Selma primarily as comic obstacles and occasional emotional supports for Marge. But the portrait is there in the accumulated episodes, and it is not a cheerful one. Selma's desire for children, for a family. The show has addressed this across multiple episodes, and what it reveals each time is not a comedy about biological clock anxiety, but a genuine portrait of a woman confronting the specific grief of wanting something that the life she has built does not contain. She adopts. The adoption becomes complicated and eventually does not produce the family she was hoping for. She tries again, through different channels, and the show periodically updates the story and then sets it aside. The wanting is real. The wanting is consistent. The wanting is Selma's deepest character trait, more fundamental than the cigarettes and the deadpan and the MacGyver obsession. And the wanting is consistently unresolved. Not because the show is being cruel, but because Springfield is the kind of place where wanting something deeply is not sufficient to obtain it, and where the institutional support that might help someone get what they need, adoption services, healthcare, civic infrastructure for families, is as compromised and underfunded as every other institutional resource in town. Selma Bouvier wants a family, and Springfield cannot help her build one. This is a small tragedy, but it is a real one. Let's talk about Brandine and Cletus. Brandine Spuckler is a recurring character who is played almost entirely as a joke. She and her husband Cletus represent the show's satirical portrait of extreme rural poverty and the specific kind of hopelessness that attaches to communities where the poverty is multi-generational. They have an improbably large number of children. They live in circumstances of genuine deprivation. Their marriage is a running source of comedy about consanguinity and ignorance. But Brandine, examined outside the joke, is doing something remarkable. She is raising an army of children in conditions of genuine scarcity, with a partner who is affectionate but not reliably present or capable, in a social environment that has written off both of them and their children as comic props rather than human beings in need of real support. She is doing this constantly, without recognition, without support from the town that treats her family as a punchline, without any of the social services that a community actually organized around the welfare of its most vulnerable residents would provide. And she does it with a consistency and a genuine maternal devotion that the show occasionally allows through the comedy. A moment of real warmth between Brandine and one of her children. A genuine expression of love in circumstances that make love difficult. The joke around the Spucklers is about poverty and ignorance. But the reality the show occasionally lets through is about a woman doing an enormous amount of work, under extremely difficult conditions, without help, without acknowledgement, and without the prospect of anything different. Springfield laughs at Brandine. Springfield created the conditions that define Brandine's life. These are not unrelated things. Let's talk about Agnes Skinner, and about what she represents in the show's portrait of women and aging, and the specific cruelty of a society that has no use for old women except as punchlines. Agnes is Principal Skinner's mother. She is sharp-tongued, critical, frequently mean in the specific way that people become mean when they have been dismissed for too long. When the sharpness is the only tool they have left for making their presence felt. She is also, if you pay close attention, a portrait of a very specific kind of loneliness. Agnes is old. The show does not precisely quantify this, but she is old enough to represent the generation of women who built their lives entirely around their roles as wives and mothers, and who find themselves, in the later decades of those lives, without those roles, widowed, their children theoretically grown, their function in the family structure technically complete, and who have discovered that when the role ends, there is not a self underneath it that anyone thought to maintain. Her cruelty to Skinner is not incidental to her character. It is her character's primary manifestation. She needs Skinner to need her in order to feel that she has a purpose. She keeps him dependent in the specific unconscious way that people who are afraid of obsolescence keep the people around them from developing the autonomy that would make them obsolete. This is dark. It is also recognizable. Agnes Skinner is the specific product of a world that told women their value was in their reproductive and domestic roles, and which had no alternative framework ready for when those roles ended. She did not build a self beyond those roles because she was not given the materials or the permission or the example to do so. She is not a villain. She is not even quite a victim. She is a woman shaped by a world that shaped her badly, doing what she can with the tools she has, in a town that notices her only when she's being funny. The show treats her that way too. It uses Agnes for comedy and rarely gives her more. But she is there, in the background, in the edges of the Skinner episodes and the Springfield community episodes and the crowd scenes and the town meetings. An old woman with a sharp tongue and no one to direct it at except the son she kept too close. Watching, waiting, for something the show has never thought to give her. Now, let's talk about the character the show least wants to examine in this context, because she is the one whose story most directly challenges the show's central romantic mythology, Luann Van Houten. Kirk Van Houten's ex-wife. The woman who divorced Kirk in an episode that is primarily a comedy about Kirk's spectacular failure to cope with single life, and who has been, in the years since, treated primarily as the woman who left, and therefore cannot be entirely sympathetic. Luann left. In Springfield, as we have established, women who leave are not the heroes of their own stories. They are context for the story of the person they left. They are motivation for the male character's arc. They are the catalyst for the comedy about how hard it is to be a divorced man in a town that doesn't have much sympathy for divorce. But Luann left for reasons. The show gives you those reasons if you're looking. Kirk Van Houten is a man of limited self-awareness, limited ambition, limited capability. Not because he is stupid or bad, but because Springfield has failed him in the specific ways Springfield fails everyone. And because his particular combination of failures has made him a very difficult person to build a shared life with. Luann leaving was not a betrayal of the marriage. It was the recognition that the marriage was not providing what she needed to function as a whole person. And the show could not quite honor this. It can acknowledge it. The Kirk episodes are honest enough about his limitations, but it cannot fully honor it because honoring it would require taking Luann's perspective as seriously as Kirk's, would require treating her departure as a legitimate choice rather than the inciting trauma of Kirk's story. She comes back eventually. The show reunites Kirk and Luann because Springfield resets, because the comedic pairing is too useful to sacrifice to the logic of why the first marriage ended. And the reasons it ended are not discussed when they reunite, because the reasons it ended are Luann's perspective. And Springfield does not lend the full weight of narrative attention to women's perspectives, not consistently, not in the structural ways that would make the difference. The women of Springfield are present. They are drawn with specificity and care in the moments when the show gives them space. They carry their own inner lives through episodes not designed to accommodate them, and they leave traces. But the spotlight is not on them. It is on Homer, on Burns, on Bart, on the men. And the women go on, in the margins, doing the work that makes the show's central relationships possible, absorbing the consequences of the men's choices, maintaining what can be maintained, and waiting. In the specific Springfield way, the way that everyone in Springfield eventually waits for something that may not be coming, the show loves Marge. It genuinely does. And through Marge, it loves women, in the specific way that focused love can coexist with structural neglect. But love is not sufficient acknowledgement, and the women of Springfield have been giving more than they receive for 36 years. Like Marge at her kitchen counter, humming, the hair perfect, and nobody asking what the humming is for. Section 10, the final loop. Every theory converges and Springfield was never real. Here is where we end, not with a revelation, not with an answer, with a convergence, a slow, careful movement toward the point where all the threads we have been following across these hours of darkness arrive. Not at a resolution, but at the same coordinates on the map. Every theory about Springfield eventually points to the same place. We have spent a long time in this town tonight. We have walked its streets in the dark, followed its characters into rooms the show doesn't usually open, sat with its mysteries long enough for them to breathe and expand into something larger than they appear at first encounter. We have walked with Sideshow Bob, brilliant and broken, raking his way through a vendetta that was never really about Bart. We have watched Marge maintain the perfect hair and the patient smile and the domestic performance that keeps the family from falling apart and wondered, quietly, about the cost. We have followed the mob's money through Springfield's official economy and found the two intertwined so completely that the distinction between them is mostly fiction. We have sat with Bart in the 4th grade, watched the chalk marks accumulate, heard the sentence being written again, I will not, I will not. We have stood next to Lisa in rooms that couldn't hear her, watched her play the saxophone in the space where the words ran out. We have looked behind Ned Flanders' smile and found the architecture of a man who was built to be good rather than allowed to become it. We have counted Springfield's catastrophes and watched the town forget each one. We have followed Krusty through the grease paint to the place where the comedian and the alienated son occupy the same body and neither of them can fully rest. We have walked the margins with the women and found them doing more than the spotlight ever showed. And now we are here, at the center, at the question that all of these threads eventually become, if you follow them far enough. What is Springfield? Not in the geographical sense. We have established that Springfield has no geography, or rather that it has all of them simultaneously, existing everywhere and nowhere on every map and on no map, in the essential sense. What is this town, this family, this show? There are several answers available, and they are all simultaneously true. Springfield is a contamination zone. The radiation theory, which we explored in the frame that surrounds this entire investigation, is the most comprehensive single explanation the show has generated for its own internal logic. The plant is real. The violations are real. The three-eyed fish is real. The mutations, the cognitive impairment, the inexplicable resilience, the four fingers and the yellow skin, all of it is real within the show's universe, and all of it traces back to the cracked cooling towers and the compromised water supply and the most incompetent safety inspector in the history of nuclear power. Springfield is a coma dream. Homer's unconscious mind and, running its simulation from a hospital bed in Springfield General since April 1993, generating increasingly surreal scenarios as the dreaming brain deteriorates and the distinction between the familiar and the fantastic dissolves. The family frozen at the ages they were when he last saw them. The world kept running on the same track because the dreaming mind cannot imagine them growing in directions it wasn't there to witness. Springfield is a town built on collective denial. The principal in the Popper episode showed us the mechanism. The vote to maintain the lie, the legal decree against the truth, the exile of the honest man on a rail. This mechanism is not exceptional. It operates every day in every episode, in every reset, from every catastrophe and every forgotten revelation and every overlooked mutation. Springfield's collective amnesia is not cognitive failure. It is civic policy. Springfield is the product of a century-long conspiracy orchestrated by one man. Burns, older than the nation and more durable than its institutions, sustained by weekly radiation treatments and the machinery of wealth, who drove away Homer's mother, arranged Homer's employment, ensured Homer's incompetence through strategic negligence, and thereby secured his monopoly over a town too cognitively compromised to challenge him. Not because he planned every detail. He didn't need to. Because the system he built was self-maintaining. Because poverty and radiation and learned helplessness are a sufficient substitute for active oppression if you get the conditions right in the beginning. Springfield is America. This is the largest claim and the one the show has been making most consistently since its first episode. Not a specific region of America or a specific era of America. All of America. The nuclear power plant that provides the energy and costs the health. The corrupt cop who is also a devoted father. The billionaire who is also the employer. The town that forms mobs and then votes to forget the damage. The school that fails its most vulnerable students while celebrating compliance. The family that loves each other imperfectly and survives anyway. All of it is here. All of it has been here since 1989. And the reason you recognize it, the reason Springfield feels familiar no matter where you live or when you were born or what your specific relationship to the American middle of the 20th century was, is that the show's creators were doing something real. Something specific. They were not inventing a world. They were notating the one that existed and giving it slightly bigger eyes and fewer fingers. The floating timeline is the show's final and most honest structural choice. It is not a convenience. It is a statement. The Simpsons refuses to age because what it depicts, the specific configuration of love and dysfunction and institutional failure and resilience and comedy and tragedy, that constitutes the American family in the specific American context the show is documenting is not historical. It is not dated. It does not belong to the 1980s or the 1990s or the 2000s. It is permanent. The nuclear plant is permanent. The corruption is permanent. The family's love for each other is permanent. The school's failure is permanent. The fire is permanent. The tire fire has been burning since before most of the show's current audience was born. By refusing to age, The Simpsons makes the argument that what it is depicting is not a moment in time. It is a condition, a structural condition, a set of forces and counterforces that will be in tension as long as the configuration that generates them persists. And the configuration persists because we have not changed it. We, the audience, the culture that produced the show and continues to watch it, have not fundamentally changed the configuration that the show has been documenting since 1989. The nuclear plant is still there. The corruption is still there. The family is still together. The tire fire is still burning. We press play every week. We watch the couch gag. We laugh. And we do not say what Lisa has been saying for 36 years in every episode, in every saxophone note, in every raised hand in a classroom full of people who do not want to hear it. Something is wrong here. Something fundamental, structural, reaching back through the family's history, and forward through its future and sideways through the town's geography and beneath the official story of who founded Springfield and what Springfield is for. Something is wrong, and the show has been telling you this through comedy because comedy is the form that allows you to hear it. Because told straight, without the laugh track and the four fingers and the yellow skin, and Homer falling down and getting up, the story would be too heavy to carry. So they made it funny, and it worked. And here we are, 36 seasons in, 788 episodes, the longest-running animated series in American history. The most analyzed, most theorized, most carefully examined piece of popular culture in the history of the medium. And the mysteries remain, not because the writers forgot to answer them, because the questions are the point. Who shot Mr. Burns? Maybe Maggie. Maybe Homer. Maybe someone the show decided we didn't need to think about too carefully. The answer matters less than the question, which is in a town where everyone has a motive, where everyone has been wronged by the same man, why was only one shot fired? Why do Springfield's people accept the verdict without demanding a proper investigation? What kind of town buries its most important unsolved crimes under a joke about a baby and a pacifier? How is Burns still alive? Through money and medicine and the specific kind of power that allows a man to build infrastructure that serves no purpose other than his own continuation. The question matters less than what it implies, that in Springfield, and perhaps everywhere, the rich do not die the same death as the rest of us. They have bought time that the rest of us cannot afford. And the town that pays their salary and drinks their contaminated water and breathes their filtered air continues to fund this arrangement, because the alternative, confronting what it would mean to take the money away, is the one thing Springfield is constitutionally incapable of doing. Where is Springfield? Everywhere. Nowhere. Every town in America that has a plant on the edge of it, and a corrupt local official, and a teacher who has stopped trying, and a brilliant child no one is listening to, and a family doing its best. In circumstances that have been made unnecessarily difficult by the same forces that have made everything unnecessarily difficult for everyone. Your town. The one you grew up in, or the one you live in now, or the one you left and still carry with you, in the way that places you were shaped by never fully release you. Springfield is your town, and Homer is trying. That is the thing that survives every dark reading, every theory, every accumulation of evidence about radiation and corruption and institutional failure. Homer is trying. Not hard enough, not consistently enough, not with enough success to justify the damage along the way. But he is trying. He goes to work at the plant every day. He comes home every night. He loves his family with the complete and uncomplicated devotion of a man who is not smart enough to protect himself from the vulnerability of loving people. He is hurt by what hurts them. He is made happy by their happiness. He is in the specific way that love operates when it is not filtered through anything, not through intelligence or strategy or self-protection. Simply, fully there. That matters. It doesn't fix the plant. It doesn't address the corruption. It doesn't give Lisa the audience she deserves, or give Bart the education he needs, or give Marge the space to become the full person she is capable of being. But it is real. In a town where almost nothing is real in the deep sense, where the geography shifts and the timeline floats, and the mayor is corrupt and the police chief is bribed, and the water is contaminated and the school is broken and the founding myth is a lie, Homer's love for his family is real. That is the argument the show has been making since the first episode. Not that the systems work. Not that the institutions serve their people. Not that Springfield is a good place to live, or that things are getting better, or that the cracked cooling towers will ever be repaired. Just that the family is real. That the love is real. That on Evergreen Terrace, in the house with the number that occasionally changes between shots, a family sits together on a couch and watches television and argues and makes up and falls asleep and wakes up and does it all again. And that this simple, damaged, imperfect, radioactively contaminated, coma-dreamed, collectively denied, mob-vulnerable, mobster-adjacent, principal-impersonating family is worth something. It is worth a lot. It is worth 36 years of Sunday nights. It is worth the 5 hours you've spent in Springfield tonight. Because at the end of every dark theory, at the bottom of every mystery, at the convergence point where all the threads arrive, this is what you find. A family, on a couch, together, imperfect and real and still there. Homer reaching for Marge's hand in the dark. Lisa playing something low and blue on the saxophone. Bart drawing on the wall where nobody can see it yet. Maggie watching. Always watching. The pacifier moving once. And outside the cooling towers are steaming in the night sky, and the tire fire is burning in the gorge, and Fat Tony is making his rounds, and Chief Wiggum is asleep in the squad car, and Ned Flanders is praying in the dark, and Sideshow Bob is somewhere out there waiting, and Springfield endures, as it always has, as it always will. Because we won't let it go. Because letting it go means admitting that it was always just a dream. And maybe it was, but it was a good dream, and it's still going. And somewhere in a hospital bed in Springfield General, a man is asleep with a slight smile on his face because in the dream his wife is there and his kids are young and the house is full and it is a Sunday night and the show is about to start and that everything for just one more hour is going to be fine. Everything is going to be fine. The loop holds. The family endures. Springfield sleeps. And so at last, after all these hours, and all these miles of darkness and all these threads follow to their furthest ends, do you? Thank you for walking through Springfield with me tonight. If these mysteries kept you company, drop a comment telling me your favorite theory, and subscribe if you want to keep going deeper. Springfield has more hallways than any one night can hold. There's always another episode. There's always another mystery. There's always Springfield waiting at the start of the loop, ready to begin again. Good night. End of script total approximate. Word count approximately 42,000 plus words. Expanded deep dives. Section 1 continued. The Secret Life of Sideshow Bob. Going deeper. We need to slow down here and look at something the show has been doing with Sideshow Bob since the very beginning that almost never gets discussed in the popular analysis of his character. The show names him Sideshow Bob. Not character Bob, not recurring villain Bob. Sideshow Bob. The title is in the name. He is the sideshow. He is the spectacle at the margin of the main event, the attraction you pay less to see, the performance that exists to warm up the audience for the headline act, and then disappears when the headliner comes on. His entire adult identity is encoded in a designation of marginality. And here's the thing, he accepted it. When Herschel Krustofsky, wait, no, that's Krusty. When Robert Terwilliger took the Sideshow Bob name, he accepted the positioning that name implied. He took the job, put on the costume, and allowed himself to be the framing device for someone else's show. Why would a man with a doctorate, with genuine theatrical training, with real classical performance ability, accept a job whose title announces his secondary status? The show suggests vanity. He wanted to be on television, and television was available. But there's something deeper than vanity at work. Because Bob didn't just accept the sideshow label. He inhabited it for long enough that it became his identity. People stopped knowing his real name. The character became real in the way that performed identities become real when you wear them long enough. This is the specific psychological mechanism that makes the Sideshow Bob story so rich and so dark. He became the character. The character of the sideshow, the secondary, the marginal, the almost but not quite main, became Robert Terwilliger so thoroughly that when Robert tried to escape it by seizing the main stage, he couldn't hold it. Because he had spent too long being defined by opposition to the main stage, to know how to inhabit it without that opposition as a reference point. When Bob took over the Krusty show and ran the sophisticated programming, the thing he could not do was stop being Sideshow Bob. He was still operating in Krusty's studio, on Krusty's stage, within the framework that Krusty had built. He was a usurper rather than a builder. His identity was still defined by the thing he was replacing, rather than by anything he had constructed for himself from the ground up. And this is the trap he has never been able to escape. Not prison, not Bart. The trap is that his entire conception of himself is a reaction formation. It is built entirely in response to the thing he's reacting against. Take away Krusty and there's no Bob. Take away Bart and there's no Bob. Take away the injustice and the humiliation and the crusade for revenge. And who is Robert Terwilliger? The show barely asks this question. It cannot afford to ask it too directly because the answer, that Bob is, at his core, a deeply uncertain man who uses the performance of villainy as a substitute for the artistic performance he was trained for but never allowed to fully inhabit, is too sad for the comedy structure to accommodate. But the answer's there in the opera arias, in the Shakespeare. In the moments when the performance of villainy peels back, and what you see underneath is not a man who wants to murder Bart Simpson, but a man who wants an audience for the actual performance he has been trying to give since the first day he put on the sideshow costume. The murders and the schemes and the elaborate theatrical revenge plots are all auditions. He is still auditioning for a role he was never given. And Springfield, the audience that should recognize him, that should reward his genuine talent with genuine reception, sits in its collective seat, eating its popcorn, and laughs at the rake. Every single time. There's another element to the Bob mythology that deserves extended attention, and it involves the question of what the show is actually arguing about intelligence and its relationship to violence. Springfield has several intelligent characters. Lisa is the most celebrated. Burns is the most powerful. Sideshow Bob is the most consistently overlooked, because his intelligence is framed as a character trait of the villain, rather than as a thing the show is interested in engaging with seriously. But Bob's intelligence is the thing that makes him dangerous, not the murderous impulse. Plenty of characters in Springfield have murderous impulses that never graduate to actual plans. What makes Bob a genuine threat is that he is smart enough to construct elaborate, functional plans and patient enough to execute them across extended time periods. The intelligence is the weapon, and this creates an uncomfortable argument that the show makes quietly without ever acknowledging it directly. In Springfield, intelligence is dangerous when it is not absorbed into the system. Lisa's intelligence is safe, mostly, because it manifests as advocacy and saxophone music and academic achievement that the school can categorize and manage. It has sharp edges, but they're directed at the right targets. It's containable. Bob's intelligence is not contained. It is directed outward, against the system that failed him, into plans that operate outside the frameworks the system uses to manage and neutralize threatening capabilities. He is the genius who fell through the cracks and decided to use the falling as a skill. And the show's resolution to this prison annually is not an answer to the argument. It's a deferment. It puts Bob away, but it doesn't address what produced him. The next time we see him, he will have had the prison years to refine his plans and deepen his grievances and develop new expertise. The prison is not rehabilitation, it is incubation. Springfield keeps sending Sideshow Bob to prison. Springfield keeps producing the conditions that produce Sideshow Bob. These are the same choice made over and over until the choice is no longer a choice, but a policy. The policy is contain the symptom, never address the cause. And the cause, as with everything in Springfield, leads back to the same locked room. The cracked cooling towers, the billionaire who cannot be challenged, the town that chose the lie. One more thing about Bob that almost never gets discussed, his relationship to language. Bob is the show's most articulate character. This is not incidental. The show gives Bob language at a register that no other character operates at. The classical references, the operatic flourishes, the precise and measured syntax that distinguishes itself sharply from the speech patterns of every other Springfieldian. Language for Bob is not communication, it is performance. It is the tool of a classically trained performer expressing himself in the only medium he can fully control, in a world that has given him no stage for the performance he was trained to give. Every speech Bob delivers, the villainous monologues, the soliloquies before the attempted murders, the courtroom statements that are essentially theatrical performances given inside the wrong venue, is a person using the only outlet they have for something that was meant to be expressed differently. He should be at the National Theater. He should be delivering Shakespeare in a venue designed for it. He should be working with texts that reward the kind of attention and craft he brings to language. He is instead explaining his revenge plans to Bart Simpson in a burning building. The discrepancy is the joke, it is also the tragedy. And it has been both simultaneously since the first episode in which Robert Terwilliger opened his mouth and the room went quiet and you thought, this person should not be here. He should not be here. But Springfield is the only stage he has, and he will perform on it until the curtain comes down. Section 2 continued. Marge. The blue hair as armor and the casseroles as love language and limitation. We talked about Marge's hair as armor. Let's go deeper into this because the specific choice of blue is something the show made consciously and has used symbolically throughout its run, and it rewards attention. Blue, in the visual language of American culture, carries particular associations. It is the color of calm, of steadiness, of the kind of reliable, even-keeled presence that does not startle and does not demand. It is also the color of melancholy, the blues, the blue mood, the weight that comes with a specific kind of sorrow that has been there long enough to become structural rather than acute. Marge's hair is both of these things simultaneously. It is her calm, her public self, the projection of stability that the family and the town depend on. It is also, in its specific shade, in its impossible tower, in its maintenance across 36 years without a single deviation. A portrait of the specific kind of blue that comes from being, for a very long time, the person who holds things together. The show knows this. It is not accidental. The visual language of the show is too precise and too consistent for any element of Marge's design to be random. And there is something else about the hair that bears examination. The specific way it has been used in moments of Marge's crisis. When Marge gambles, when she drinks, when she considers infidelity, when she has the anxiety breakdown. In each of these episodes, there is a visual element, not always the hair. Sometimes the hair coming down, sometimes her face in isolation without the tower framing it, that signals the show's acknowledgement that the performance is under stress. Marge without the hair tower is Marge exposed. Not physically. Psychologically. The hair is the signal that the performance is intact. When the performance cracks, the hair cracks with it. This is extraordinary character design. The externalization of internal state through a single, consistent visual element that functions as a barometer for the character's psychological condition. The show does this subtly enough that it doesn't register as a storytelling device most of the time. It just looks like Marge is having a different kind of day. Her hair looks different. Something is wrong, but the code is there. It has always been there. Now, let's talk about the casseroles. The casserole is the other load-bearing element of Marge's character that gets treated as comic shorthand. The responsible wife and mother, who makes the dishes that appear on the table, who feeds the family the food that sustains them through the episodes, and that rewards attention when you take it seriously. Marge cooks. She cooks constantly, elaborately, with genuine skill. The food she makes is the material expression of the care she provides to people who mostly don't notice it. This is not a metaphor. It is the literal daily practice of a woman who expresses love through the most fundamental act of care, feeding, and who has been doing it without acknowledgement, without reciprocation, without the recognition that the effort represents. For the entire duration of the show, Homer eats, the children eat. Springfield benefits from Marge's food at community events and school bake sales, and the various occasions that require someone to provide the domestic labor that makes civic life possible. And Marge cooks more. The casserole is the love that doesn't fit into words. It is the love of a person who has learned, from whatever early formation produced her specific character, that the way you demonstrate care is through provision. Through making sure the people you love have what they need, physically, materially, concretely, through the warm dish on the table when everything else is cold and difficult. This is a beautiful form of love. It is also a form of love that can become a trap, because it is a form of love that does not require the beloved to receive it consciously. You can eat the casserole without ever thinking about who made it or why. The love is built into the food, but the food is gone when it's eaten, and the love with it, and tomorrow there will be more food and the same invisible love, and nothing will have changed. Marge knows this. The show has given her episodes, rare ones, precious ones, where she says it, where she articulates, with the characteristic directness that emerges when Marge finally stops humming and actually speaks that she needs more than the family is giving her. She needs to be seen, not just fed and housed and occasionally appreciated at Christmas. She needs the specific, effortful recognition of a person who has looked at another person carefully enough to understand what they're actually doing and what it costs. Homer, in the episodes when he manages this, is surprisingly capable of it. The show is honest about Homer's capacity for genuine perception, when he is not distracted by his own comfort and impulses. He sees Marge sometimes in ways that are accurate and tender and real, but he cannot sustain it. The seeing requires effort, and effort is not Homer's default mode, and the family's gravitational field constantly pulls him back toward the easier version of himself that takes rather than gives, consumes rather than notices. And Marge cooks another casserole, and the blue hair stays up, and the loop runs. One of the most devastating episodes in the Marge mythology is one that is rarely cited in discussions of the show's emotional depth, possibly because it does not involve a dramatic crisis or a major revelation. It is an episode about Marge being invisible. She does something significant, something that in a slightly different framing would be recognized as a substantial achievement. And no one notices. The family doesn't notice, the town doesn't notice. The moment passes and is absorbed into the general texture of a Springfield day and leaves no mark. And Marge's response to this invisibility is not rage, it is not confrontation. It is the small, private reorientation of a person recalibrating their expectations once again, absorbing another small deduction from the account that she has been keeping, invisibly, privately, accurately, of what she is owed and what she receives. She does not present the bill. She never presents the bill. Because presenting the bill would change the dynamic that she has organized her life around. It would require a confrontation with the family, with Homer, with the specific terms of the arrangement that has sustained her for 36 years. And Marge is afraid of what would happen if the arrangement were confronted, not because she doesn't know her own worth, but because she knows what is on the other side of the confrontation, the need to either get something real in return or to acknowledge, finally, that she will not be getting it. Either outcome requires her to change. And change in Springfield is the one thing nobody can afford. So Marge cooks. The hair stays up, the hum stays low. And another Sunday passes. And Springfield loves her for it, without knowing what love is costing her. Section 3 continued. Fat Tony and the economic architecture of Springfield. Let's talk about money, not abstractly. Specifically, the actual economic reality of Springfield, which the show has been depicting with more consistency and more accuracy than is usually credited to a cartoon, is a portrait of a mid-sized American city in which the formal economy and the informal economy are so thoroughly intertwined that the distinction between them is more regulatory than real. Burns owns the power plant. The power plant provides most of Springfield's electricity. The electricity bill that every Springfield resident pays every month is, in effect, a tribute paid to Burns. The town's basic infrastructure depends on the ongoing operation of a private asset owned by a man whose primary relationship to the town is extractive. This is not unusual in American economic history. It is, in fact, the standard model of company town economics that dominated significant portions of the American Midwest and South throughout the 20th century. The company provides the jobs. The company owns the housing. The company controls the local economy. The workers are paid by the company and spend their wages in ways that return a portion of them to the company. Springfield is a company town. Burns is the company. And Fat Tony's operation functions within this structure in a way that is, from the perspective of ordinary economic theory, a tax. Every illicit transaction that moves through Fat Tony's network, the gambling, the protection payments, the waste disposal contracts, the labor arrangements, represents a portion of Springfield's economic activity that is flowing through channels Burns does not control. Fat Tony is, in a specific economic sense, a competitor for Springfield's surplus value. This is why Burns has never managed to fully eliminate the mob's presence in Springfield. It would require controlling economic activity that operates precisely because it is designed to evade his official channels. And Fat Tony is better at running informal networks than Burns is at suppressing them, because Burns's tools are formal. Legal pressure, political influence, economic leverage, and formal tools are not very effective against informal structures that have been designed specifically to avoid formal contact. The result is a kind of economic equilibrium. Burns extracts as much as he can through the official economy. Fat Tony extracts his portion through the unofficial one. The residents of Springfield pay both of them in different ways through different channels for different services of varying legitimacy. And none of this money flows back into Springfield in ways that might address the school's funding crisis or repair the cracked cooling towers or provide the public health infrastructure that a town dealing with the level of environmental contamination Springfield is dealing with would urgently require. It flows out to Burns's estate, to Fat Tony's operation, to Mayor Quimby's personal account and Chief Wiggum's additional income and the various other drains that have been installed in Springfield's economic floor by the people who had the access and the incentive to install them. Springfield is a town being bled by its own leadership class, slowly, continuously, without drama or revelation, in the ordinary way that extractive economies bleed the communities that sustain them. And the residents work and pay and receive less than they put in, and the school stays broken, and the cooling towers stay cracked, and the tire fire burns. And every Sunday, Springfield turns on the television and watches a cartoon about a family doing its best, which is exactly what Springfield is doing. In a system that was designed to make sure doing its best is never quite enough. Section 4 continued. Bart and the question of what the show is actually arguing about childhood. There's a scene in an early episode, one of the show's most celebrated, most analyzed, most carefully discussed, in which Bart stands at the chalkboard and we see his writing prompt for the first time. I will not waste chalk. The specific punishment being administered is the writing prompt. The standard school disciplinary tool, repeat the prescribed behaviors opposite until the repetition itself is the lesson. I will not, I will not, I will not. But the specific content of the earliest chalkboard prompts is worth paying attention to because the writers chose them carefully, and they are almost always about the act of communication itself. I will not waste chalk. I will not make fun of the Pledge of Allegiance. I will not say Springfield just to get applause. The things Bart is being punished for in these early episodes are expressive acts. Things he said. Things he communicated. Jokes, disruptions, performances of his own inner experience in spaces that didn't want his inner experience expressed. The school is punishing Bart for expressing himself and teaching him through repetition to internalize the prohibition, to write it out 100 times, to make the prohibition automatic, to build it into his muscle memory until the reflexes don't, not do. This is what the chalkboard is actually doing. It is not punishment. It is conditioning. And Bart, being Bart, refuses the conditioning in the only way available to him. He keeps doing the thing. He keeps getting sent back to the chalkboard. He keeps writing the prohibition. And he keeps returning to class unchanged because the conditioning does not take. Because Bart is fundamentally unsuited to the kind of behavioral modification that Springfield Elementary's disciplinary infrastructure is designed to produce. He will not be made into a compliant student. He cannot be. His resistance to compliance is not a character flaw. It is his most important character trait. It is the thing that, in a different environment, with different support, would be recognized as an extraordinary asset. The capacity to resist institutional pressure to become something you are not. In Springfield School, it is a disability, and the treatment for the disability is the chalkboard, which doesn't work, which was never going to work, because you cannot write a kid into someone different than who they are. You can only write them into someone who knows, more thoroughly than before, that who they are is wrong. Now let's extend this into the home. Homer was on the receiving end of his own version of the chalkboard. Not the literal Springfield Elementary variety, but the functional equivalent. The accumulated message delivered through years of Abe's emotional absence and inconsistency, that the version of Homer who needed things, needed attention, needed support, needed his father to show up for him in ways a father is supposed to show up, was a version of Homer that was going to be disappointed. Better to want less, better to adjust down, better to find the comfortable level of expectation where you can't be let down because you stopped expecting enough to be let down. Homer learned this, and then he passed a version of it to Bart. Not through deliberate pedagogy. Homer is not capable of deliberate pedagogy. Through the specific kind of passive transmission that happens when a child watches an adult navigate the world and draws conclusions. Bart watched Homer handle disappointment. Homer's primary response to disappointment is rage followed by acceptance. The explosion and then the shrug. The outburst and then the resumption of whatever was happening before. Consequences don't accumulate. The explosion releases the pressure. The slate is cleaned. And then everything is fine again. Bart does this too. He lashes out, gets sent to the chalkboard, serves a sentence, and returns unchanged. The cycle is Homer's cycle, adapted to a child's context. It is not productive. It does not generate growth. It is a way of managing pressure that prevents accumulation but also prevents development. You cannot grow if the reset is always available. You cannot learn if the lesson is always erased before it can accumulate into wisdom. Springfield's floating timeline is, in this light, not just a narrative convenience. It is the structural expression of a family's deepest psychological pattern. The Simpsons cannot age because the Simpsons cannot change. They cannot change because the reset is built into every level of their environment. The radiation, the coma, the collective denial, the economic structure that prevents the accumulation of anything, including damage, including growth. They are Bart at the chalkboard, writing the prohibition, never learning the lesson. Never meant to. Section 5 continued. Lisa and the specific loneliness of being right in a world that doesn't want the truth. We said that Lisa is the Cassandra of Springfield. Let's sit with this longer than the mythology usually requires. The Cassandra story is one of the oldest stories about knowledge and power and the relationship between them. Cassandra knew. She had been given the gift of prophecy. She could see what was coming with clarity and accuracy further ahead than anyone around her. And she had been cursed so that no one would believe her. The curse is the important part. It wasn't enough to make her wrong. The God who cursed her made her right and then ensured that being right made no difference. Her accuracy was weaponized against her. The more correctly she predicted, the more the people around her dismissed her, because the predictions couldn't be happening. They were too dark, too inconvenient, too contrary to what everyone wanted to believe. Lisa's Cassandra function is slightly different from the myth, but structurally parallel. Lisa is right. The show never lets her be wrong about the things that matter. When Lisa says the water is contaminated, she is right. When Lisa says the school's testing is teaching children to pass tests rather than to think, she is right. When Lisa says Springfield's political process is captured by interests that do not serve the residents, she is right. When Lisa says the nuclear plant is a public health hazard, she is right. She is consistently, accurately right. And the curse is not that no one believes her. The curse is more specific and more mundane than the mythological version. The curse is that being right in Springfield does not create the obligation in others to act on the truth. Being right requires the listener to decide that the truth demands action. And action requires disruption of comfort. And comfort in Springfield is the primary value that overrides all others when forced to choose. Springfield chooses comfort. Every time. Over truth, over health, over justice, over the future that Lisa's right predictions would have prepared them for. And the cost of this choice is paid. diffusely, across the population in small and large ways, by everyone in Springfield. By the children whose school stays broken, by the residents whose water stays contaminated, by the families whose economic position stays precarious because the structural extraction Burns and Fat Tony have built into the town's economy is never challenged. The cost is real, it is distributed, and it is invisible because it is paid slowly and distributed broadly and never attributed to the specific refusal to listen that generated it. Lisa knows this. The show has given her enough of her own kind of intelligence, not just academic intelligence, but the political intelligence of someone who has watched how systems actually work rather than how they're supposed to work, that she understands the mechanism. She knows that being right is not sufficient. She knows that truth without power is just a noise that the powerful choose not to hear. And she plays her saxophone, because the saxophone is the only thing in Springfield that is not subject to that dynamic. The music doesn't need to persuade anyone. It doesn't depend on anyone agreeing with it. It is just there happening, true in the way that music is true, immediately, physically, without the mediation of argument or evidence or the exhausting work of making people accept what they don't want to accept. The saxophone is Lisa's escape from the Cassandra curse. In music, she is not required to be believed. She is just required to play, and she plays. In the quiet of the night, in the margins of episodes that are ostensibly about other things, in the moments when the show lets her breathe before returning her to the exhausting project of being right in a place that cannot reward it, she plays. And Springfield hears it vaguely in the way you hear something you're not paying attention to, the way you half hear music in a room you're walking through, and keeps going about its day. Section 6 continued. Ned Flanders and the theology of an unanswered prayer. There is a prayer that Ned Flanders has been praying for 36 years. The show doesn't show it to you directly, because Ned's prayer is private in the way that real prayers are private, not performed, not proclaimed, not the public piety that he demonstrates at church and on his front lawn. The private prayer is the one that happens in the dark, when the children are asleep and the lights are out and it is just Ned in the silence. He is praying for the thing the show has never let him have. Not Maud. He has prayed for Maud, and that prayer has been, in the specific and brutal theological terms the show sometimes allows itself, definitively not answered. Maud is gone. That prayer is closed. He is praying for understanding, for the knowledge of why. Why a man who does everything right, who tithes, who volunteers, who forgives, who turns the other cheek, who has genuinely and at genuine cost attempted to live according to the moral framework the church has given him, why this man receives in return a dead wife and a broken house and a neighbor who takes his tools and forgets to return them. Why God talks to Homer Simpson, a man who skips church, who has committed gluttony, sloth, and every other applicable transgression with cheerful consistency, and not to Ned. The show is not subtle about this. It addresses it directly with a theological honesty that is rare for primetime television of any kind. It depicts God in the show's universe as a real presence who has demonstrable communication with Homer specifically. And the show makes clear, through contrast, that Ned, who has built his entire life around his relationship with this God, does not receive the same communication. God is there. God talks to Homer. God is silent to Ned. What is the theological argument the show is making? It could be making the cheap argument that God rewards the imperfect and not the pretentiously devout. That Homer's authentic, struggling, failing humanity is more acceptable to the divine than Ned's constructed behavioral religiosity. This would be a comfortable argument. It would resolve the tension neatly. But the show doesn't quite commit to this, because the show also makes clear that Ned's religiosity, whatever its origins, is genuine. The faith is real. The devotion is real. The prayer is real. Which means the silence is also real. And the silence raises a possibility the show circles without landing on, that Ned's faith is not answered, not because he is doing it wrong, but because the framework of reward and response that he was taught to expect from faith is not the framework that reality operates on, that being good does not guarantee good outcomes. That prayer does not alter the disposition of the universe toward the person praying. That Maud died because a t-shirt cannon misfired, not because God was making a point. That the house collapsed because it was built badly, not as a test of Ned's faith. This is dark territory for a primetime animated comedy to occupy. It is, in fact, darker than most explicitly theological art is willing to go. The show arrives at it through the side door of character consistency, rather than through explicit argument, and then moves on before the full weight of it settles on the audience. But Ned Flanders is sitting with it in the dark, with the children asleep and the lights out, and the prayer going out into the silence. And the silence. And the silence. Let's also examine the specific way Springfield fails Ned that the show never quite names but consistently depicts. The failure of reciprocity. Ned gives. He gives to Homer, the tools, the assistance, the countless acts of neighborly support across 36 years of living next door to a man who takes more than he gives. He gives to the community, the volunteering, the church leadership, the quiet acts of service that keep civic life minimally functional in a town that barely maintains its civic life. He gives to his sons, the parenting, the involvement, the effort to give them a framework for their lives, even if the framework is one that was given to him rather than one he constructed for himself. He gives. And the reciprocity is minimal. Not nothing. The show has episodes in which Springfield rallies around Ned in moments of genuine crisis, in which the community's love for him, such as it is, becomes visible. The affection is real, but affection is not reciprocity. Liking someone and giving them in return what they have given you are different things. Ned has been performing an enormous amount of invisible labor for Springfield's social and civic life for decades, and the town has absorbed the labor without recognizing it as labor. This, too, is a pattern we have seen before. In Marge. In the women of Springfield more broadly. In the people who do the invisible work that allows the visible work to happen. Springfield consumes its caregivers. Ned is Springfield's caregiver. The one who shows up when things go wrong, who has the tools and the skills and the patience and the faith that allows him to absorb Springfield's crises without breaking, usually, almost always. Until the hurricane, until the house collapses, until the thing that should have worked doesn't one too many times. And then Ned breaks. And Springfield, rather than recognizing the breaking as its own responsibility, as the consequence of decades of taking without giving back, treats it as a medical problem. A symptom, a deviation from the Ned that Springfield needs, which is the functional Ned, the tool-lending Ned, the forgiving Ned. And Ned is treated until he is functional again. And the debt is never acknowledged. And the tools keep disappearing, and the prayer goes out into the dark. Section 7 continued, the catastrophe catalog. Every specific way Springfield has died and been resurrected. The list of Springfield's catastrophic events is longer than most viewers realize because the show does not announce them as a category, or present them with consistent and insistent dramatic weight. Some of them are major episode events. Others are passing references in cold opens or third-act resolutions. Together, they form a catalog that, read consecutively, tells a different story about the town than any single episode does. Let's build the catalog. The monorail disaster. Already discussed at length. The key detail that extends beyond what we covered, The monorail conductor was Homer. Homer was placed in charge of a vehicle he had no training to operate and managed, through a combination of his own improbable luck and the town's collective improvisation, to survive the disaster. If the luck factor had tipped the other way, if the song hadn't contained the clue, if the solution hadn't presented itself, Springfield would have had a mass casualty event in its first season. The show presents this as comedy. The horror is in the near miss that nobody acknowledges as a near miss. The comet. A celestial object aimed directly at Springfield passes harmlessly because the town's pollution burns it up. This is real. The show says it directly. Springfield's air quality is so degraded that it functions as a defense system against objects from space. The pollution that is killing Springfield's residents also protected the town from a comet. This is not something you can respond to rationally. It is too absurd. It is beyond the scale of what the normal human response apparatus is designed to handle. So, Springfield shrugs and moves on, and the next morning, there is work and school and the plant and the tire fire. The multiple flood events. Springfield's geography shifts, as we have established. But across the show's run, flooding appears as a recurring catastrophe affecting different neighborhoods and districts. The town's drainage infrastructure, like most of its infrastructure, is inadequate to the demands placed on it. The floods come. The property is damaged. The people are briefly displaced. The recovery is partial. And then the next flood is already forming in the weather systems that Springfield's geography seems to generate with unusual frequency. The rat population events. Springfield has rats. This is canonical and has been depicted across multiple episodes. Not rats in the contained, urban background sense, but rats in the way that a town with compromised waste infrastructure and an inadequate pest control apparatus eventually generates a rat population that exceeds the town's management capacity. The luminous rats in the nuclear plant's basement are not the end of the rat story. They are the beginning. The plant's radioactive waste, already established as leaking into Springfield's environment through multiple channels, almost certainly has effects on the local pest population that the show depicts in isolated episodes and never synthesizes into a single ecological narrative. But the synthesis is there if you want it. Springfield is developing an underground rat population that is being subjected to the same mutagenic pressures as everything else in the town's environment. Whatever the rats are becoming in the tunnels beneath Springfield, the show has not shown us yet. Maybe it's funnier not to look. The invasion events. Springfield has been invaded by definition multiple times. Most of these invasions take the form of single-episode storylines in which an external force, corporate, governmental, cultural, arrives in Springfield with the intention of changing it and is eventually expelled or absorbed or defeated through some combination of the town's collective resistance and the external force's inability to anticipate Springfield's specific brand of dysfunction. The pattern is consistent. Springfield cannot be conquered, not because it is strong, because it is too weird, too damaged, too internally inconsistent, to provide the stable platform that conquest requires. Conquering Springfield would require understanding Springfield, and Springfield is not understandable through normal analytical frameworks. This is, from a certain angle, Springfield's greatest defense. Its chaos is its armor. Its dysfunction is its survival mechanism. You cannot destroy what cannot be organized enough to be destroyed. And so Springfield persists. Through the invasions and the floods, and the contamination, and the dome, and the comet, and the rats, and the mob, and the corrupt officials, and the cracked towers, and the tire fire that is still burning. It persists, not through strength, through the specific resilience of things that have no structural integrity and therefore cannot structurally fail. Mold persists this way, certain invasive species, and Springfield. Section 8 continued. Krusty and the entire mythology of television as substitute parent. There is something the Krusty episodes are about that the show has never made fully explicit, and it is one of the more uncomfortable arguments in the show's canon. Television raised Bart Simpson. Not Homer. Not primarily. Homer was there, and Homer's love is real, and the father-son relationship is genuinely important to Bart's character. But the formative text, the early childhood cultural input that shaped Bart's values, his sense of humor, his understanding of what heroism and rebellion and comedy look like, is the Krusty the Clown show. Krusty raised Bart, and Krusty is, as we have established, a man with a serious gambling problem, a relationship to commercial exploitation of children that borders on predatory, a psychological profile built on repressed estrangement and weaponized cynicism, and a genuine capacity for performance that he consistently allows to be overridden by his baser instincts. This is the parent figure who shaped Bart's idea of what a hero is. The show is aware of this. Episodes that place Krusty and Bart in direct engagement, particularly the ones in which Krusty's failures and limitations become visible to Bart in ways that Bart cannot dismiss, are episodes about a child's relationship to the disillusionment of discovering that the adult they organized their childhood around is not what they appeared to be. This is a universal experience. Every person who ever had a hero eventually discovered something that complicated the heroism. That's the ordinary disillusionment of growing up. But Bart's relationship to Krusty's disillusionment is specific and consistent. Every time Bart discovers something about Krusty that should make him less heroic, the fraud, the gambling, the product scandals, the cynicism, Bart absorbs it and continues. He continues because the love is not rational. It predates the evidence. It was installed in Bart before he had the critical apparatus to evaluate it, through years of consuming Krusty's programming, at the age when children are most permeable to the narratives that media offers them. Krusty is in Bart the way Springfield is in Homer, as a prior condition, as the baseline from which all subsequent experience is evaluated. And Krusty, being Krusty, exploits this, not maliciously. He doesn't think about it carefully enough to be malicious, but the exploitation is real in its effect. Bart's devotion is a resource that Krusty draws on without fully understanding what it represents or what sustaining it requires. He is a bad parent figure in the specific way that media figures always risk being bad parent figures, by requiring the child's love without the reciprocal responsibility that actual parenting demands. The show knows this too. It shows it to you in the episodes where Krusty is briefly forced into an actual relationship with Bart, where the parasocial becomes bilateral, where Krusty has to show up for Bart as a real person rather than as a television image, and watches Krusty fumble it. He doesn't know how to be present. The skills required to inhabit a genuine relationship with someone who depends on you. Consistency, attentiveness, the capacity to show up when it's inconvenient, are skills the Krusty mythology has no framework for. He can perform parenting. He cannot do it. And Bart, who has had practice with imperfect father figures, absorbs this too. Adjusts. Continues. Because the love is not conditional on competence. The love is just there. And love that is just there without condition or evaluation is the most dangerous kind, because it can be taken advantage of by anyone who knows it exists. Krusty takes advantage of it, not knowing he is, not caring enough to check, and Bart keeps watching the show. Section 9 continued. The Women of Springfield. The specific tragedy of being a smart woman in a town that can barely accommodate smart men. We spoke about the general landscape. Let's go very specifically into one character whose trajectory the show set up and has been quietly declining to follow. Sherry and Terry. Sherry and Terry are twins. They are Lisa and Bart's classmates. They function, for most of the show's run, as background characters. Comic props, occasionally, in the social dynamics of Springfield Elementary's fourth grade. They exist primarily to react to the main characters, to laugh at jokes, to form the peer group against which the Simpson children define themselves. But here is what the show established about them in the early seasons and then quietly let drop. They are smart. Not Lisa smart. Not the prodigy kind. The quiet, consistent, steady kind of intelligence that shows up in small, practical choices, in the ability to read social situations accurately, in the facility for the kind of interpersonal navigation that elementary school social hierarchies demand. And they are together. They have each other in a way that Bart doesn't have a genuine peer and Lisa doesn't have a genuine peer. The twinness is its own kind of intelligence, the understanding of another person that comes from sharing everything from before birth. The show uses Sherry and Terry primarily for jokes about being twins and for the specific social comedy of the Springfield Elementary social hierarchy. It does not follow them into the interior of their experience, does not give them the episodic attention that would reveal what their actual lives look like from the inside. But they are there, year after year, in fourth grade forever, like Bart, like Lisa, watching the Simpson children's dramas from the outside. Two smart girls in Springfield Elementary's fourth grade. In a town that has demonstrated across 36 years that it has very limited use for smart women. Where do Sherry and Terry end up? The show doesn't say. The show doesn't ask. And that, in its own way, is the answer. Final section continued. The last things about Springfield. Before we close the loop, there is one last thing to examine. The thing the show has been building toward since the very first episode, through every theory and every mystery and every dark hallway we've walked tonight. What does Springfield mean? Not as a satire of America, though it is that. Not as a meditation on family, though it is that too. Not as a comedy, which it obviously is, and not as a tragedy, which it obviously also is. What does Springfield mean as an experience? Here's the answer the show has been building. Springfield means not that the things you love are not protected from the forces that damage everything else. Your family is subject to the same contamination as the fish. Your children's school is subject to the same corruption as the political process. Your neighbor's goodness is subject to the same exploitation as everyone's labor. Your memories are subject to the same erosion as everything else that Springfield is supposed to preserve. The show gives you Springfield not as an escape, but as a mirror, and the mirror says, look at the yellow skin, look at the four fingers, look at the tire fire, look at the cracked towers. Look at the man who can't remember his employee's name after 30 years. Look at the child who has been in fourth grade forever. Look at the woman whose talent is buried and whose hair is perfect. Look at the man who wants nothing but to be a great performer and has been given nothing but a rake. Look at the people you love in a world that is trying to damage them. And then keep watching. Because the show keeps going. And the family keeps going. And love keeps being the thing that doesn't reset. Even when everything else does. That is Springfield. That is the loop. That is why you're still awake at this hour, in this town, with these people. And that is why, when the credits roll and the screen goes dark and Springfield recedes back into the television from which it came, you will find yourself, perhaps, missing it. A little. Just a little. The way you miss anything you've carried with you for long enough that it has become part of the way you understand the world. Good night, Springfield. See you next week. End of expanded content. Additional deep dives. Bonus sections. Bonus section. Homer and God, the strangest relationship in the show and what it actually means. The Simpsons has a God, not a metaphorical one, not a symbol or a presence or an implication. A literal depicted on-screen God who appears in the show's universe as a physical entity, has a face and a voice, engages in dialogue with characters, and has demonstrated across multiple episodes and multiple interactions a specific, personal, curious relationship with Homer Simpson. This is extraordinary for a primetime network television show. The American broadcast network tradition is extremely cautious about depicting God with specificity, because the specificity of the depiction immediately alienates the subset of the audience whose conception of God differs from the one being shown. By showing God, by giving God a face and a voice and a conversation with Homer, The Simpsons committed to a theological argument that most television would refuse to make. And the argument it committed to is strange. God likes Homer, not in the abstract sense of divine unconditional love for all of creation, in the specific sense of this being who is presumably occupied with the management of an infinite universe containing more intelligent and more righteous creatures than Homer Simpson, chooses to spend conversational time with a nuclear power plant safety inspector from Springfield who has an IQ of 55 and once caused a radiation incident by throwing a donut into the reactor core. God is interested in Homer. Why? The show suggests several things through the texture of the Homer-God interactions. God seems amused by Homer. God seems, in a way that is difficult to articulate but consistent across the episodes, genuinely fond of him. In the way that you can be fond of someone who is chaotic and difficult and in no obvious way exemplary, because their chaos is honest and their difficulty is never malicious, and their failure to be exemplary is accompanied by a complete absence of pretension about being anything other than what they are. Homer does not try to be good. He tries to be comfortable and happy and fed and not too bored. And occasionally he tries to be a better husband and father, and the trying is genuine if unreliable. But he has never, across 36 seasons, pretended to be better than he is, Miz. He is not Ned Flanders. He does not construct a performance of goodness. He is just Homer, imperfect and immediate, and occasionally, in the specific moment, when the impulsive self-involvement fails, and the real love underneath it gets through, capable of something that looks, from the right angle, like grace. And God seems to find this more interesting than the performances. This is the theological argument the show is making. Not that God prefers sinners to the righteous, but that God is drawn to authenticity in a way that makes Homer, fully himself, never performing, honestly himself, whether that honesty is flattering or not, more visible to the divine than Ned, who is performing goodness with the consistency of someone who has been told that the performance is the point. There is a reading of the Homer-God relationship that is even darker than this, though, and it goes back to the coma theory. If Homer is dreaming since April 1993, then God, the God who appears in Homer's dreams, who has conversations with him, who told him his time was coming 6 months before the coma, is Homer's unconscious mind. God in the coma dream is Homer's deepest self, speaking to the surface self through the theological framework that Springfield's culture has given him for understanding the voice inside his own head. God told Homer his time was coming. That's Homer's unconscious recognizing, on some level, what was about to happen. The dreaming mind knows things the waking mind refuses to know. It encodes them in the language of the culture, in the voice of God rather than in the voice of direct self-knowledge, because the waking mind can accept prophecy more easily than it can accept premonition. God said, "Your time is coming." Homer heard, "Soon something will happen," and something did. And now Homer is dreaming, and in the dream, God still appears, still talks to Homer, still maintains the relationship that the waking mind established as the framework through which the unconscious communicates. The god of Homer's dream is the one part of the dreaming mind that is trying to tell Homer the truth. You are asleep. This is a dream. Your time came. And Homer, who has been listening to this voice and not quite hearing it for 30 years of dream episodes, keeps going to work and eating his donuts and strangling Bart and coming home to Marge and the house on Evergreen Terrace where everything is always, always fine. Because in the dream, God's message is always deferred. It will happen. But not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Let's also examine the specific episodes that most directly explore Homer's relationship to the divine, because they contain some of the show's most unusual content and the most direct engagement with the theological questions that run beneath the surface of the show's comedy. Homer the Heretic. Season 4, Homer decides to stop going to church. He spends Sunday at home instead, eating, watching television, making waffles, and discovers that his Sunday is objectively more pleasant than the one he would have spent at Reverend Lovejoy's church. He declares that God can communicate with him at home as well as in church, and that the institution is optional. And then God appears to him in a dream, and they talk. The conversation is extraordinary. God does not command Homer to return to church. He does not threaten. He engages in actual dialogue about the nature of religious practice, about the relationship between institutional and personal faith, about Homer's genuine, if unorthodox, relationship to the divine. And then God more or less lets Homer off the hook. The show's God is not the punitive deity of the fire and brimstone tradition. He is something more interesting, a being who seems genuinely curious about individual humans and their specific relationships to existence. He finds Homer interesting. He talks to Homer the way you talk to someone whose perspective you want to understand. This God is also notably funny. The show gives God jokes, not the reverential non-jokes of religious comedy that is afraid of its subject. Actual jokes, delivered with comic timing in the voice of a being who has apparently had enough time with Homer to develop a dry appreciation for the specific comedy of Homer's existence. The relationship is, on the God-Homer axis, something like friendship. Not the friendship of equals. God has made clear across multiple appearances that he is not Homer's equal in any cosmological sense, but the friendship of genuine mutual appreciation. God finds Homer valuable. Homer finds God available in ways that the church, with its institutional formality and its Reverend Lovejoy, is not. They have a relationship. And Ned Flanders, with his tithing and his volunteering and his weekly attendance and his genuinely devout prayer life, does not have this relationship. The show never reconciles this. It leaves it as a standing irony in the background of every Ned episode. The faithful man who cannot reach God. The faithless man whom God calls. The theological tradition that this most closely resembles is not the reward and punishment framework that Ned's faith is built on. It is something closer to grace, the inexplicable, unearned, unjustifiable gift of divine attention that descends on whom it will and cannot be obtained through effort or merit. Homer has grace, Ned does not. This is not fair. The show knows it is not fair. The show presents the unfairness and declines to resolve it because the unfairness is the point. The divine is not a vending machine that dispenses attention in proportion to the input of good behavior. It does something more mysterious and more capricious than that. And Homer, who never expected anything from the divine and never tried to earn its attention, gets it, while Ned waits. Bonus Section B, the economics of Springfield. What the show is actually saying about work and money and class. The Simpsons is a show about a working-class family. This is so fundamental to the show's premise that it almost disappears into the background. Homer works at the nuclear plant because that's his job. He gets a paycheck. The paycheck covers the house and the food and the occasional adventure. The family is not wealthy and not destitute. They are the thing that American culture in 1989 still called the middle class, though the term was already beginning to describe something more aspirational than real. The show's engagement with class is more sophisticated than the premise suggests. It is not a show about working-class people who are inspiring, precisely because they are working class. It is a show that takes economic reality seriously as a force that shapes character, constrains choice, and explains behavior in ways that the characters themselves often cannot articulate because the economic reality is too close to see clearly. Homer's job is at the center of this. Homer hates his job. This is canonical, demonstrated across dozens of episodes. He finds the work meaningless, the environment degrading, and the employer dehumanizing. He is aware, on some level, that he is spending the majority of his waking hours in a place that does not respect him, doing work he does not care about for a man who cannot remember his name. He keeps doing it, not because he's too stupid to know it's bad. He knows. He dreams about other jobs. He tries other jobs. In the episode format that gives Homer a new occupation, he is invariably better, more engaged, more competent, more genuinely himself in whatever the new job is than he is in Sector 7G. But he always ends up back at the plant. The economic reason is obvious. The plant pays a salary sufficient to support his family in the house on Evergreen Terrace, and no other employer in Springfield has demonstrated the combination of stability and accessibility that the plant provides. The deal Abe made with Burns guarantees Homer's continued employment regardless of performance. This deal is economically an extraordinary asset. Homer's job security is not tied to his performance because his performance is contractually separated from his employment status. He cannot be fired, which means, from the perspective of basic economic theory, he has no incentive to improve. And from the perspective of the conspiracy theory we have traced through the show, he has been designed to have no incentive to improve. Burns needs Homer incompetent. The incompetence is the function. A Homer who is motivated, engaged, and performing his job adequately would threaten the entire arrangement by raising the possibility that the plant's safety record could be improved. Burns does not want the safety record improved. Burns wants the 342 violations maintained. Burns needs Homer to stay exactly as he is. And Homer, who has no structural incentive to change and no clear path to anything better, obliges. Not consciously, not as a choice. As the natural behavior of someone who has learned through years of experience in a specific economic environment, that effort is not rewarded and non-effort is not punished. The economic structure has produced exactly the employee it was designed to produce. Now let's extend this to the broader Springfield economy. Springfield has a relatively diverse economic base for a cartoon town. The power plant is the primary employer, but there is also the tire factory, the widget factory, the various retail establishments, the Springfield nuclear power plant gift shop, the agricultural sector that the show sometimes depicts at the town's edges, and the service economy that includes Moe's Tavern, the Quick E-Mart, and a variety of other establishments whose business models the show occasionally interrogates. What these various enterprises have in common is that none of them are prosperous, not in the way that would suggest genuine economic health. They persist, they function, they employ people, but they do not generate the kind of surplus that would allow Springfield to fund its school adequately, maintain its infrastructure, or provide the public services that its residents need. The economic surplus of Springfield goes somewhere, but it does not go back into Springfield. It goes to Burns. It goes to Fat Tony. It goes to the various extraction mechanisms we have already cataloged. It goes to the political class, Quimby and his associates, whose function in the official governance structure is to manage the extraction rather than to redirect it toward public goods. Springfield is economically productive enough to sustain itself, but the production that exceeds subsistence is extracted before it can circulate back into the community in ways that would improve collective welfare. This is not a Springfield-specific problem. This is the standard economic condition of communities that exist at the bottom of extractive economic hierarchies. The money flows in one direction. The community maintains itself at subsistence, while the surplus migrates to wherever the people at the top of the hierarchy have decided to concentrate it. The Simpsons depicts this economic reality with a specificity that the show's comedy register usually keeps at a comfortable distance from full legibility. But if you watch closely, if you notice the episodes about the school's budget crisis and the hospital's funding gaps, and the public infrastructure that fails and is not repaired, the picture emerges clearly. Springfield is poor, not in the way that characters on the show explicitly acknowledge. Homer doesn't make speeches about economic inequality. Lisa makes them, but they're framed as Lisa being Lisa, earnest and political and slightly exhausting, rather than as a description of economic reality. But the poverty is there, in the school, in the infrastructure, in the way that Marge manages the household budget with the specific careful economy of someone for whom financial margin is very thin, in the way that Homer's economic disasters, the gambling losses, the bad investments, the times he loses or quits the plant job, create genuine crises rather than temporary inconveniences. The family is not comfortable. They are maintaining. And the show, which loves the family genuinely and presents their maintenance as something admirable and even beautiful, the family that endures, that gets through, that finds joy in the margins of material constraint, is also in its more honest moments, acknowledging the cost of the maintaining. The cost is there. In Marge's careful budget management, in Homer's awareness that he cannot afford the things he wants for his family, in the way that financial stress manifests in the relationship, the fights, the anxieties, the occasional desperation that leads Homer to make the impulsive economic decisions that create the crises. The family is enduring against a headwind, and the headwind is structural. It is not Homer's fault, or not only his fault. The headwind is the economic architecture of Springfield, which has been designed by Burns, by the political class, by the historical patterns of extraction that have defined the town since Jebediah Springfield, to ensure that the workers who power the local economy never accumulate enough to be comfortable. Comfortable workers are dangerous workers. Workers with savings have options. Workers with options have leverage. Workers with leverage can make demands. Springfield's economic architecture prevents comfort, prevents savings, prevents options, prevents leverage. And Homer goes to work every day and comes home and the cycle runs. And Springfield's schools stay underfunded. And the cooling towers stay cracked. And the tire fire burns. Bonus Section C. The secondary characters in the stories, the show never told. Springfield is a town of 400 and some odd characters. Most of them are background. Most of them appear in crowd scenes, in reaction shots, in the texture of Springfield's social life that requires more than just the main family to feel populated. They exist in the margins, recur without development, accumulate across seasons into a collective portrait of a community without ever being given the individual depth that would make them legible as complete characters. But some of them have been given just enough to make the incompleteness feel like a deliberate withholding. Lenny and Carl. Lenny and Carl are Homer's two closest friends nettoyed at the nuclear plant. They appear in hundreds of episodes. They are present at every major event in Homer's life. They have genuine affection for Homer and for each other that the show depicts consistently and warmly. And the show has almost never told you who they actually are. This is a choice. The show is capable of character depth. It has demonstrated this with every major character and with several recurring characters who have received episodic attention. The choice to keep Lenny and Carl in a specific kind of superficiality is not a failure of writing. It is a structural decision. But the decision has a consequence. Lenny and Carl have been Homer's closest friends for 36 years. And you know less about them as people than you know about characters who appear in a single episode. Why one reading? The show keeps them superficial to protect the focus on the Simpson family. They are supporting characters, and supporting characters must not compete with the principles for the audience's emotional attention. Another reading. Lenny and Carl are superficial within the show's universe too. Homer's friendship with them is genuine, but not particularly deep. They spend time together, they drink beer, they watch television, they commiserate about work. But they do not, as far as the show depicts, know each other in the ways that deep friendship requires. They do not know each other's inner lives, their private griefs, their genuine aspirations. They are companions in the sense of people who share proximity and routine. Not friends in the sense of people who know each other, and this is the friendship model that Homer has access to. This is what male friendship looks like in Springfield. Shared presence and shared activity, without the vulnerability or the depth of exchange that would make the friendship genuinely sustaining. It is better than nothing, much better. The beer and the companionship and the solidarity of people navigating the same work environment with the same limited tools is real and matters. But it is not enough to compensate for the isolation that Homer also carries. The isolation of being not quite understood by Marge, not quite capable of understanding Bart and Lisa, not quite in contact with the inner life of anyone around him in the way that genuine intimacy requires. Homer is surrounded by people. Homer is lonely. The show has been depicting this in its quiet way across 36 seasons. Lenny and Carl are part of the depiction. The specificity of their superficiality, the way the show declines to give them the depth that would make them genuinely known to Homer or to the audience, is a portrait of the friendship Homer has access to, not the friendship he needs. Let's also talk about Dr. Hibbert. Julius Hibbert is Springfield's primary physician. He appears in medical contexts throughout the show, delivering diagnoses, providing treatment, and serving as the representative of the medical establishment in a town where the medical establishment has, as we have noted, some concerning features. Doctor. Hibbert is also one of the few black main characters in the show's cast, a fact the show acknowledges obliquely through its depiction of Springfield as a predominantly white community, in which the demographic diversity that would characterize a real American mid-sized city is somewhat compressed. What the show has done with Dr. Hibbert is interesting and somewhat underexamined. He is competent. He is professional. He is, by the standards of Springfield's professional class, one of the more functional members of it. He does not appear to be compromised by Burns in the way that Springfield's legal and political institutions are compromised. But he laughs. Famously, consistently, Dr. Hibbert laughs. He delivers bad news with a chuckle. He describes catastrophic diagnoses with the easy good humor of a man who has decided that maintaining a light effect in the face of medical reality is the appropriate professional posture. The laughter is a character trait. It is played for comedy. It creates a specific dissonance of hearing terrible information delivered with inappropriate cheerfulness that the show uses for effect. But the laughter also functions as a distancing mechanism. A doctor who laughs at his patient's diagnoses is a doctor who has placed a buffer between himself and the full weight of what he is doing. He is dealing with people's worst moments, their illness, their mortality, the occasions when they most need a doctor to be present to the reality of their situation. and he is deflecting that reality with humor. This is not villainous. It is human. Medical professionals develop coping mechanisms for the emotional weight of constant exposure to suffering. Humor is one of them. The show's depiction of Dr. Hibbert's laughter could be read as a portrait of professional coping, but it could also be read as a portrait of a doctor who is not fully meeting his patients in their worst moments. Who provides the technical competence, the diagnosis, the treatment, without the full human presence that the best medicine requires? And in Springfield, where the residents are dealing with the accumulated effects of decades of environmental contamination, where the chronic health issues are almost certainly more extensive than any single episode has depicted, where the population is carrying physical and neurological burdens that a truly engaged medical community would be actively investigating. Doctor. Hibbert's laughing detachment is not a minor comedic quirk. It is a professional failure. A gentle one, a human one. But a failure. Springfield needed more than technical competence from its doctors. It needed someone willing to look at the three-eyed fish and the yellow skin and the health patterns of a community living downwind of a nuclear plant with 342 violations and say, something is wrong here. We need to investigate this. We need to tell people. Dr. Hibbert could have been that doctor. He laughed instead. And Springfield went on. Let's talk about Apu Nahasapima Petalan, the owner and operator of the Quick E-Mart, and the specific story the show has been avoiding for 36 years. Apu is a controversial character, and the controversy is legitimate. The depiction relies on accent-based comedy and cultural shorthand that has not aged uniformly well. And the show has never fully resolved the tension between Apu as a comic character and Apu as a representation of an Indian immigrant experience that deserves more careful handling than a convenience store background role can provide. This is a real issue with the character, and it deserves acknowledgement. But underneath the controversy is a character with genuine depth that the show has occasionally allowed through and more often suppressed. Apu Nahasapima Petalan has a doctorate. He has an advanced degree from a prestigious institution. He worked his way through immigration bureaucracy and visa complications, and the specific obstacles that American institutions place in the path of immigrants from South Asia. He built a business in a town that is not particularly kind to outsiders. He has sustained that business across 36 years of Springfield's chaos. He is, by most meaningful measures, one of the most capable and determined people in Springfield. And he is a convenience store owner. Not because he couldn't do more, because the path to doing more, in a town with Springfield's economic structure, with its specific relationship to formal credentials and institutional legitimacy, was not available to him in the ways it would need to be. The Quick E-Mart is Apu's sideshow. The thing he ended up doing because the thing he was trained to do was not accessible. The show touches on this and then, as it does with most of the secondary characters' deeper stories, moves on. But the story is there. The story of a man who came to America with genuine capability and genuine ambition and found that the America he arrived in had a specific role prepared for him. The role of the immigrant who runs the corner store that did not require or reward the full range of what he brought. The store is fine. Apu runs it well. He has built a family in Springfield, has children and a wife and a community. But the doctorate sits in the background, the training, the years spent developing a capacity for scientific or technical contribution that Springfield has never called on. Because Springfield, as we have established, does not reward capability. It rewards compliance. And Apu, behind the counter of the Quick E-Mart, provides the compliance the role requires. He sells Homer his donuts every morning, and the doctorate gathers dust. Bonus Section D. The things Springfield knows and won't say. The show's final argument. We have been, across these hours, building towards something, not a conclusion. The show does not allow conclusions, not a resolution. Springfield does not resolve. But something, an understanding, of what the show has been doing across 36 seasons and 788 episodes, in the moments between the jokes and the guest appearances and the Treehouse of Horror specials and the movie and the merchandise and the theme parks. What the show has been doing in those moments is telling you a very specific and very honest story about a place. The place is real, not geographically. We have established that Springfield cannot be located on any map, that its geography is impossible and intentionally so. But the place is real in the sense that matters, the sense of a community that has organized itself around certain values, certain structures, certain arrangements of power and labor and love, and that sustains those arrangements through the specific combination of genuine affection and willful blindness that constitutes the social contract of most of the places most of us actually live. Springfield is real because the things that are wrong with it are real. The pollution, the extraction, the institutional capture, the collective denial, the way intelligence is punished and compliance is rewarded, the way the loop runs, the way nothing changes and the same mistakes repeat, and the tire fire keeps burning, and the cooling towers keep cracking, and the water stays contaminated, and nobody asks why the fish have 3 eyes. Because asking means knowing, and knowing means acting, and acting means disrupting the arrangement that everyone in their way depends on. This is real. You know it is real. You have seen it, perhaps, in smaller or larger versions, in the places you have lived, or the places you were told about, or the places you read about in the news. The company town where the company owns everything and the workers have nothing. The small city where the mayor's brother-in-law gets the contracts, and nobody says anything because the mayor's office controls the zoning, and you need the zoning. The suburb where the school is good if you can afford the house and bad if you can't, and the good school and the bad school are 3 miles apart. Springfield. And the thing that The Simpsons does, the thing that makes it worth 36 years and 788 episodes and 5 hours of careful attention on a night when you wanted something to drift asleep to, is that it tells you this without making you feel hopeless about it. Not because it pretends the problems don't exist. The problems are everywhere. Are in the show. The 3-eyed fish is on screen. The cracked towers are on screen. The corruption and the exploitation and the collective denial are all on screen, everywhere in every episode if you look. But the family is also on screen, and the family is real in the same way the problems are real. The love between Homer and Marge is not naive or unearned. It has been tested by everything the show could throw at it. The financial disasters, the emotional neglect, the temptations and the betrayals, and the times when the arrangement could have ended and didn't. The love between Homer and his children is not the love of a good father. Homer is not a good father by most reasonable standards. It is the love of a father who is trying, imperfectly and inconsistently, with the limited tools he has, because the alternative, the absence of love, the abdication of the attempt, is not something Homer is capable of. He tries. And the trying is real. And the family endures. In a contaminated town. In a corrupted system. In the shadow of cracked cooling towers. With 4 fingers and yellow skin and a tax base that can't fund its schools, and a police chief on the mob's payroll. The family endures. And every Sunday night the loop runs, and the family is still there, and the beer is still cold, and Bart is still 10, and Lisa still has the saxophone, and Maggie is still watching, and Homer is still Homer. Imperfect and real, and still there. The show is not saying that this is enough. The show has never said that love is sufficient to compensate for contaminated water or institutional corruption or the structural extraction that keeps the family economically precarious. But the show is saying that love is real in spite of all that it persists, that the family's love for each other exists within the system and is not reducible to it and is not fully explained by it and would exist in some form, even if the system were different. That is not a small thing to say. In a show that has been saying it every Sunday for 36 years, in a town that has every reason to give up, in a family that keeps going anyway. That is Springfield. That is the loop. That is why it's still there when you close your eyes, and why it will be there when you open them. Good night. Addendum. For the sleepless, 3 more smaller mysteries. If you are still awake, if the mysteries have not yet settled you into the comfortable dark that this kind of careful, story-narrated thinking is supposed to reach, here are 3 smaller things. Lighter, quieter. The kind of mysteries that live in the margins of episodes and ask not for grand unified theories, but for the gentle attention of a mind that is becoming comfortable and slow. The first. Mo Shislak's face. Mo is ugly. This is the show's relentless joke about him and his primary characteristic in the show's visual and comedic vocabulary. He is depicted as one of the least physically attractive characters in a show full of unconventionally drawn people, and the ugliness is played for laughs in ways that would be cruel outside the protective frame of the comedy. But the show has, across multiple episodes, suggested something about Mo's face that is never quite resolved into a satisfying explanation. He was not always ugly. There was a version of young Mo, the show implies this in flashback episodes, who was not quite the same as the current Mo, who was perhaps not conventionally handsome, but who did not carry the specific degradation that the current Mo's face suggests. Something happened. The show hints at boxing, at the kinds of repeated physical trauma that, accumulated across years, produce the kind of damage that Mo's face implies. The bartender, before the bar, was a fighter. Not a successful one. A fighter in the specific way that men without other options sometimes become fighters. Not because they love fighting, but because it was available and they were willing, and the pay was enough to justify the damage. Mo's face is the ledger of those choices. Each of those fights is still in the face. Each loss. Each blow taken. The bar is the retirement. The bar is what you do after the fighting is done, and the face is what it is. And there is nothing left to do but pour drinks for people who are also trying to forget what their lives accumulated. Mo's bar is a place of mutual forgetting. Homer forgets his job there. Lenny and Carl forget their jobs there. Barney forgets everything there, with a thoroughness that the show depicts simultaneously as comedy and as the specific tragedy of severe alcohol dependence. Mo pours and forgets his own face and everyone else's forgetting. The second, Ralph Wiggum's inner life. Ralph Wiggum says things that should not make sense and do. He is the show's purest embodiment of apparent non sequitur. The child who says the wrong thing at the wrong moment with such complete sincerity that the wrongness becomes a kind of rightness, a different logic operating in a different register than the social reality everyone else is navigating. But here's the thing about Ralph that gets lost in the comedy of his utterances. His father is Chief Wiggum. Ralph is being raised by a corrupt, incompetent, emotionally limited police chief in a town that is demonstrably failing its children. He is one of Springfield Elementary's most visibly struggling students. He has no obvious peer group. His most prominent social interaction in the show is a one-episode relationship with Lisa that he misread as romantic, but that the show depicts with genuine sadness for the way children who are already isolated experience even minor social rejection as catastrophic. Ralph is a child who is not okay. And the show uses his not okayness for comedy. which the show is allowed to do because the comedy does not come from cruelty to Ralph, but from the specific way his mind works, which is genuinely and curiously interesting and not simply confused. Ralph says things that are wrong according to the social and factual frameworks everyone else is using. But his wrongness is consistent and has its own internal logic. He is not randomly misreading reality. He is reading a different reality according to a different set of rules and reporting back accurately. The question the show never quite asks, what reality is Ralph reading? What is it like to be inside the experience of a child who processes the world differently enough that the outputs are consistently askew from the expected? Is it frightening? The show doesn't suggest it is. Ralph is content, mostly. He is not in obvious distress. Is it lonely? The show suggests this more. The isolation is real, even if Ralph's response to it is not the one you'd expect. What does Ralph see when he looks at Springfield? The show never tells us. It gives us the outputs, but not the experience. And the outputs are funny, which is enough for the comedy register. But the experience, the actual inner life of a child who says, I choose you, and draws a train with hearts on it, and means it with complete sincerity, that experience is something the show points at without entering. And in the pointing, in the space the show declines to fill, there is room for something that might be a kind of grace. The grace of a child who has not yet learned to protect himself from sincerity. Who says what he means, always. Who loves without strategy. Who does not know yet that the world will eventually require him to perform the kind of normalcy that would make him easier for the world to accommodate. Ralph is still free of that requirement, for now. The third, the tire fire. Springfield's tire fire has been burning for decades. The show established it in an early episode and has referenced it sporadically ever since, using it as a visual shorthand for the specific kind of chronic dysfunction that persists because no one has decided the cost of addressing it is worth paying. Tire fires are real. They produce specific and dangerous combustion byproducts. They're expensive and technically difficult to extinguish. They require sustained effort and resource commitment to address. Springfield has never made that commitment. The tire fire burns, in the background of establishing shots. In the air quality data that explains some of what the three-eyed fish and the yellow skin cannot be attributed to the nuclear plant alone. In the specific combination of toxins that Springfield's environment delivers to its residents every day they breathe the air. The tire fire is Springfield's oldest running problem. It predates the dome. It predates the comet. It predates every catastrophe the show has generated and resolved. It has been there since before most of the show's current audience was born. And nobody puts it out. Not because they can't, because they have decided, in the particular Springfield way, that the fire is simply part of the landscape now. That it has been burning long enough to become a fixture rather than a crisis. That the cost of addressing it exceeds the motivation to change a situation that everyone has adjusted to. The tire fire is the show's most honest image, not the plant, not the dome, not the three-eyed fish. The tire fire, the thing that has been burning so long that the burning has become background. The chronic problem that has been present through every episode and every theory and every mystery and every convergence and every night that someone sat up late in the glow of a screen and thought carefully about Springfield. Still burning. Still there. In the gorge below the town where it doesn't quite smell bad enough to notice on any given day but is always there in the air. In the lungs, in the specific flavor of Springfield that you recognize even when you can't name it. The tire fire is what remains when you've explained everything else. It was burning before any of the theories. It will be burning after all of them. It is the heart of the mystery. The thing Springfield won't fix. The thing Springfield chose long ago to live with, and it burns on, warmly, steadily, into the Springfield night. Good night. True end of script. Final additional content. The deep mythology of Springfield's minor institutions. Bonus section. Moe's Tavern. The darkest bar in television history. Every town has its Moe's Tavern. The place where the people who can't sleep and don't want to go home and need something warm and slightly numbing gather in the hours between when the responsible world ends its day and when it starts again. The place with bad lighting and the smell of decades of spilled beer and the particular companionable silence of people who are not together exactly, but who are near each other and are finding that near enough. Moe's Tavern is Springfield's Moe's Tavern. And it deserves more attention than the show typically gives it, because it is, in the specific way that the show's most interesting locations are always more than they appear, a portrait of something real and troubling and beautiful in equal measure. Let's start with the regulars. Homer, Lenny, Carl, Barney Gumble, occasionally others. A rotation of Springfield's male population who have decided that the bar is where they want to be when they are not required to be somewhere else. Why the bar? Not primarily because of alcohol, though the alcohol is there and is part of it. Because of what the bar provides that the rest of Springfield does not. A space where nothing is required of you. You can sit, you can drink, you can talk or not talk. The social obligations of home, the performance of husbandhood, of fatherhood, of civic participation, of the general managed presentation of self that adult social life requires, are suspended inside Moe's. The bar is a place where Homer can be Homer without qualification, where Lenny and Carl can exist without the specific kind of performance that the nuclear plant's hierarchy demands, where the pressure of the world is temporarily manageable because the world is temporarily, slightly outside the door. This is not a small thing that the bar provides. This is, in fact, one of the primary functions of public drinking establishments throughout human history. Not the alcohol, the permission to not perform, the license to be imperfect and comfortable and not required to justify the imperfection. The bar is where you don't have to be okay. And for Homer, who is, as we have established, carrying more weight than he can articulate and living inside a damaged system that he doesn't have the cognitive tools to fully understand, the bar is where the weight can be set down for a few hours. He always picks it back up. He always goes home. He always walks through the door at Evergreen Terrace and is Homer again, with all that Homer entails. But first the bar. The stool, the beer that is cold and familiar and not demanding anything from him. This is not a defense of Homer's drinking. The show has been honest about the costs of Homer's relationship with alcohol. The episodes where it becomes genuinely problematic. The moments where Marge's expression tells you that this is not just a quirky character trait, but something with real weight in her life and the family's life. But the bar, as a space, deserves to be understood on its own terms before it is judged on its effects. It is a refuge, an imperfect, slightly sad, beer-smelling refuge in a town that offers very few refuges and very few permissions to stop performing. Now, let's talk about Moe himself more extensively, because Moe Szyslak is one of the show's most consistently present and most consistently underseen characters. We spoke about his face, about the fighting, but there is more to Moe than the face and the bar. Moe wants things. This is the detail the show deploys across Moe episodes with a consistency that is built over decades into something like a coherent psychological portrait. Moe Szyslak wants to be loved, not in the abstract. Specifically, he wants to be in a relationship. He wants to be chosen by someone. He wants the experience of being seen by another person and found acceptable, better than acceptable, genuinely wanted. And he wants this with an intensity that the show frames primarily as comedy, but that reads, in its fullest expression, as genuine human longing. The comedy of Moe's romantic life is that it always fails. Every woman he gets close to discovers something, the bar, the face, the personality, that is simultaneously too much and not enough, and withdraws. Every possibility becomes a near miss, but the longing itself is real. And the show, in its better moments, handles the longing with care. It does not mock Moe for wanting, it acknowledges the want as legitimate. It allows Moe to be, in those moments, not a punchline, but a person. And then the comedy reasserts itself, and Moe is back behind the bar, and the woman is gone, and the regular patrons are nursing their drinks, and Springfield goes on. Moe pours. And the longing stays where it has always been, just below the surface of the bartender persona, visible if you're looking, invisible if you're not. Springfield is full of people carrying things that are visible only if you're looking. That's the bar's gift and its curse. You can see what people are carrying in Moe's. The lighting and the beer and the specific quality of the conversation strip away some of the protective covering. Homer's loneliness is visible in Moe's. Barney's dissolution. Lenny's quiet sadness. Carl's carefully maintained self-possession that, if you watch it long enough, starts to look less like equanimity and more like effort. But seeing what people carry does not mean being able to help them with it. The bar provides visibility without solution. Companionship without the specific quality of engagement that might actually address what the people carrying things need. They are together in the carrying. That is something. It is not enough, but it is something. And Springfield, which is not a town that offers much beyond something, has learned to find meaning in what is available. Bonus section F. Reverend Lovejoy and the failure of spiritual care in Springfield. If the bar is where Springfield's men go to not perform, the church is where everyone is supposed to go to perform goodness. And Reverend Timothy Lovejoy is the performance director. Lovejoy is a fascinating character who has received very little of the analytical attention that the show's primary cast generates, possibly because his function within the show is primarily structural. He provides the church setting, the religious comedy, the background against which Ned Flanders' devoutness is measured, rather than dramatic. But Lovejoy has a story that the show has been telling in fragments across 36 seasons. And when you assemble the fragments, what emerges is one of the show's quieter and more unsettling portraits. Reverend Lovejoy used to care. This is what the show implies in the episode that gives you the most direct window into Lovejoy's pastoral psychology. He entered the ministry with genuine vocation, with something that looked like calling, a genuine desire to serve the spiritual needs of a community, to be the person people brought their darkest fears to provide the specific kind of care that the pastoral role is designed for. And then Ned Flanders happened. The show tells this story directly and comedically. Ned's relationship to Lovejoy as his pastoral resource, the constant calls, the daily consultations, the endless stream of theological questions and personal anxieties that Ned brought to his minister, gradually, across years, wore down Lovejoy's capacity for engagement. Ned's need was too large. His demands on the pastoral relationship were too constant. And Lovejoy, who was perhaps not the most resilient spiritual caregiver to begin with, eventually retreated. He went through the motions. He performed the pastoral role without inhabiting it. He gave sermons and conducted services, and was present in the official ways the role required without being present in the ways that would make the role meaningful. He checked out. And Ned, who had driven him to the checking out through the sheer volume of his need, now had a minister who could not meet him at the depths where Ned's need lived. The irony is circular and painful. The person most responsible for Lovejoy's pastoral abandonment is the person who most needs what Lovejoy was supposed to provide. But the irony in its circularity points to something true about institutional spiritual care. It has limits. The individual practitioner has limits. The pastoral relationship, however earnest, however well-intentioned, is not designed to be the sole and total source of spiritual support for someone with Ned's specific combination of depth of need and suppressed expressibility. Ned needed more than Lovejoy. Lovejoy needed boundaries that the pastoral role, as it is informally construed in communities like Springfield, does not easily permit. And neither of them got what they needed. Lovejoy withdrew, and Ned kept praying into the silence. Let us also note what Lovejoy's withdrawal means for the broader community. The church in Springfield, under Lovejoy's management, has become primarily a social institution rather than a spiritual one. People attend. They perform the rituals. The community gathers. But the spiritual care that a church is supposed to provide, the careful, genuine pastoral attention to the inner lives of its congregants, is largely absent. Lovejoy goes through the motions. Springfield goes through the motions back. They perform church together. Nobody is actually there except Ned, who is always there, genuinely, earnestly, completely there, talking to an empty room. And the silence that answers him is not God's silence. It is Lovejoy's. And below Lovejoy's, the accumulated silence of every institution in Springfield that was supposed to show up for its community and didn't. Bonus Section G, the things that don't reset. What Springfield actually remembers. We have spent considerable time discussing what Springfield forgets. The resets, the collective amnesia, the episodic erasure of consequence. But Springfield remembers some things. Not many. Not the important things, mostly. But there is a category of memory in Springfield that persists across the floating timeline, that carries forward from episode to episode and season to season without being erased by the reset button. The things Springfield remembers are its grudges. Sideshow Bob remembers Bart. Permanently, continuously, without erasure. Bob is the town's longest-running grudge. 30-plus years of sustained, unresettable memory directed at one 10-year-old boy. Burns remembers Mona Simpson, her face, her role in the destruction of his weapons laboratory. The specific injury of a woman who stopped to help him after destroying his property, looked at him, and thereby gave him the face he needed to pursue her across 3 decades. Abe Simpson remembers the deal he made with Burns. The specific, transactional, morally compromising agreement that he lives with in the way that people live with the trades they made when they were afraid. He may not think about it every day, but it is there in the background of his relationship with Homer, in the thing he cannot say about how Homer got the job and why the job is safe. Agnes Skinner remembers every slight, every disappointment, every moment in which the world failed to become what she needed it to be. Barney remembers the beer that didn't help. Moe remembers the women who left. Springfield's memory is selective in the way that human memory is selective. It retains the wounds and releases the ordinary days. It keeps the grudges and loses the history. It is full of old pain and empty of the context that would help the pain make sense. This is perhaps the most human thing about Springfield, the specific inhumanity of human memory, that it preserves the things we would most benefit from releasing and releases the things we would most benefit from keeping. The wounds accumulate, the lessons disappear, and Springfield goes on carrying both, the pain without the understanding, the grudge without the resolution, the tire fire without the memory of who lit it. Every town is like this, in its way. Every community carries its old pain with more fidelity than it carries its history. Every place has its thing that everyone knows about and nobody discusses. Its Sideshow Bob, its Moe's face, its tire fire in the gorge. Its family on the couch? Still there, still going, still imperfect, still real. The loop holds. And so do you. And so does Springfield. Good night. Absolute end of script. Full combined document. Bridge passage. The hour before dawn in Springfield. There is a time of night in Springfield that the show has never depicted directly, because there are no cameras rolling at this hour and no episodes set here and no storylines that require the town to be seen in this specific quality of darkness. It is the hour before dawn. The bar is closed. Mo has locked up, turned off the neon sign, and gone upstairs to whatever Mo has for a home above the bar. The last regular left an hour ago, weaving slightly down the sidewalk toward wherever they sleep. The plant hums. It is always humming. The nuclear plant does not sleep and does not quiet. And its distant mechanical hum is the one constant sound in Springfield that belongs to no episode and no storyline and no character. It is just the sound of the town's infrastructure doing what it does, in the dark, without witnesses. The tire fire is visible from here. Orange glow in the gorge below the town. It has been visible from here at this hour since before anyone alive in Springfield can remember. It was burning when the parents of the current generation were children. It will be burning when the children of the current generation are parents. It is Springfield's most permanent feature, its oldest unaddressed problem, its most honest self-portrait. The plant hums, the fire burns. Evergreen Terrace is quiet. In the house at number 742, which will be a different number by morning because addresses in Springfield are subject to the same floating logic as everything else, Homer Simpson is asleep. He is dreaming. He is always dreaming. Whether he is dreaming the waking dream that the coma theory describes, or the ordinary dreams of an exhausted man who has been through a full Springfield day and needs the restoration of unconsciousness, he is somewhere behind his eyes that the waking world cannot reach. And in whatever space that is, whatever the dream contains, the family preserved in amber, the children forever young, the house forever standing, the beer forever cold. Homer is home. He is always home in the dream. That is the point of the dream. That is why it keeps running. Marge is asleep beside him. Her breathing is slow and even. The extraordinary blue hair is somewhere, doing whatever it does when the world is not watching. She is just a person, sleeping. The performance of maintenance suspended for these hours between midnight and morning, when nobody requires anything of her. She looks, when she is sleeping, like the person she might have been before the performance became the point. Before the hair and the hum and the casseroles. Before the role solidified around her into a shape she can no longer step out of without everything shifting. She looks, when she is sleeping, young. In the next room, Bart is asleep with his window open and the Springfield night coming in through the screen. Whatever he wrote today on the chalkboard has been erased. The prohibition exists only in the muscle memory of the hand that wrote it. The hand is still now, loose on the pillow, the fingers relaxed, the grip that holds the chalk and the skateboard and the pranks, and the performed indifference released into sleep. He looks, when he is sleeping, like a child who wanted to be good, who was never given quite the right conditions to figure out how. Lisa is awake. She is almost always partially awake at this hour. Her mind does not easily consent to the stillness that sleep requires. There is always something to think about, some injustice to process, some book whose argument she is still working through in the part of her brain that does not know how to stop working. But tonight, in this hour, the saxophone is within reach of her hand on the bedside table, and the last thing she did before she lay down was play something low and blue that the walls absorbed, and that Marge heard from the kitchen, and that carried through the house in the way that music carries through houses, becoming part of the air, part of the texture of the night. She played, and then she lay down. and Springfield absorbed the music, and the plant hummed, and the fire burned. And in her crib, Maggie is awake. Maggie is always awake. The enormous eyes are open in the dark of the room, tracking something that no one else can see, processing the information of the house with the extraordinary intelligence that hides behind the pacifier and the baby expressions and the deliberate performance of ordinary infancy. She is watching. She is always watching. And she has been watching for 36 years. And whatever she is waiting for, whatever the accumulated observations of 36 years of watching Springfield from the ground level, from the infant's perspective, with the genius that the radiation or the love or the father's prayer installed in her before she could speak, whatever she is waiting for has not yet come. But it is coming, in the way that everything in Springfield eventually comes. The loop will run until it doesn't, and then something else will happen. Something none of the theories have predicted. Something Maggie knows. Behind the pacifier, in the dark, the fire burns in the gorge. The plant hums at the edge of town. Springfield sleeps. And you sleep too now. If the night has finally come for you the way it comes for everyone eventually, even in Springfield, even in the middle of the theories, even in the deep middle of the loop. You sleep, and Springfield will be there when you wake. It is always there. That is the whole point. Good night. Closing addendum. A few more things about Springfield that deserve saying before the night is done. The Quickie Mart never closes. This is a detail the show uses for comedy and logistics. There is always a quick E-Mart scene available regardless of what time the episode requires. But it is also, in a literal sense, true to the nature of convenience stores in the American economic landscape. The 24-hour convenience store is a monument to the working conditions of people who cannot afford to work banker's hours. Apu is there at 3 in the morning because someone has to be there at 3 in the morning. And the someone who can be required to be there at 3 in the morning is the someone without alternatives. Springfield does not think about this. Springfield buys its squishies and its hot dogs and its lottery tickets and goes home. Apu stays. In the bright fluorescent light of the quick E-Mart. While Springfield sleeps. There is also this. Springfield has children who are not Bart and Lisa and Maggie. Dozens of them. Springfield Elementary is full of them. Their names are Sherry and Terry and Nelson and Milhouse and Martin and Ralph, and dozens of others who cycle through the background of school episodes, who exist in the social world of Springfield's children with their own stories and their own families and their own versions of being raised in a contaminated town by imperfect people. The show follows Bart and Lisa, but Springfield raises all of them. And whatever Springfield is doing to its main family, it is doing to all of them too. The water is not more contaminated for the Simpsons than for anyone else. The school does not fail the Simpson children more thoroughly than it fails everyone. Springfield's damage is not selective. It is democratic. Everyone drinks the same water. Everyone breathes the same air. Everyone lives under the same cracked cooling towers. Everyone is in the loop. And the loop holds everyone. Not just the family we follow. All of them. The ones we know and the ones we don't. Springfield is full of people we will never follow home. And they are all, in their way, still there. Still going. Still imperfect. Still real. And that is the last word on Springfield. The last word is not a mystery or a theory or a darkness. The last word is still there. Still real. Good night.